A lot of these things they gave you, they gave you what you think is, I would say, you got yourself together spiritually is something that they gave you. Keep it real. So hopefully a couple people thinking outside of the box. So one of the things that we share as well is that we are the body of the Messiah. All right. These are the numbers that flow between 1 and 31, which represent the sacred name and the sacred number. All right. Hopefully y'all hearing me real loud and clear. The sacred name and the sacred number. You see how I did that? 1, 3, 1. 1, 3, 1. I don't know. You can't see me on the screen right now, right? But if you was able to see me on the screen, you'll know I'm gonna show you a sign that represents 1, 3, 1. It represents the idea that we move through these numbers. This represents the Alpha and Omega sequence. Okay? It represents how things flow in the two-dimensional reality of tick and tock, or breathe in and breathe out, because that's Allah. Allah is not really said Allah. Allah is really said really, you breathe in and then you breathe out. So that represents the 131, but it's collectively representing the body. It also represents this, because the Matrix, basically they gave you a fiction disguised as prophecy. All right, it conditioned the masses to romanticize illusion while secretly reinforcing the idea of waiting for one savior. The one, how they kept on calling him the one. That's the false prophet. It's the false prophet. So could the real Messiah please stand up? It is no one. The spirit moves through you. No one has it. No one has it for their self. It is a network. All right. And I'll show you something from Baba Infadiji. Baba Infadiji, how he brings up in his book how tapping into the Horu consciousness. And what we call that is the network, simply. Okay, so just moving forward. So if I ask you, well, what is your log date? What is your birthday? Because you log in space and time. And this is your birthday. And your birthday flows between a 1 and 31 number. Go ahead and try it. You're going to say according to what calendar? Well, okay, according to the world calendar. Because the world follows this calendar. And you say, well, what about the year? We don't know what year it is. Because the year, when did God or the universe create the world? We don't know. So this right here represents the body of the Messiah, of the returning Messiah that y'all was waiting for. Could the real Messiah please stand up? All right? Because each body part represents each one of us. Each one of us collectively represent this body of the Messiah. Each one of us represent that. All right? So each one of us represent that body. Your birthday or your log date, how you log in space and time, is somewhere along this body. And I'll get to that. That's what that 131 represents, because it's the sacred name and also the sacred number. So moving forward, yes. And I'll take you want to use the Bible for wisdom, I'll utilize it. And I'll just play with the numbers. We're going to crack the code. Because we messiahs, we all messiahs. Collectively, we form the body. Remember that? All right. Now let's move forward. So you, thou, and look, a 131 right there. It says that. So, and behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, which is the matrix, right? Thou shalt conceive in the matrix and bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Messiah. Some interpret it as Jesus Christ, but we don't say that because that's Hellenism. That's Hellenism. Hellenism is the assimilation of Greek concepts and cultures. All right. So when they introduce Jesus or Jesus, they introduce hell to us. They gave us hell. You hear me, Queen? They gave us hell. So we follow the Messiah. That's the collective body that forms that designated returning savior. All right, so I'll flip it up a little bit and go into the Quran. It says this, and we're going to deal with the 144,000 or the 144. We're still going to play with the numbers because 14 and 13 are synonymous. If you multiply 14 times itself, you get 196. 13, if you multiply 13 times itself, you get 169. All right, so 169 and 196 are synonymous. Okay, so just moving forward, 14, I'm gonna deal with 144. So we did not send any messenger except what? Speaking in the language of his people to state clearly to them, and Allah sends astray whom he wills and guides whom he wills, and he is exalted in might, the wise. All right, so just to keep it basic, you know with the Messiahs, a Messiah is a leader or savior of a particular group or cause. But according to the message of the Quran, just taking the wisdom from it, if you want to use it as a historical or a religious document, you can. But it says that, all right. And then moving forward, we're going to do a 141. And first he findeth his own brother Simon, and says unto them, we have found the Messiah, which is interpreted as Christ. That's why I told you it was Hellenism, because Christos or Christ is the hell that they gave us. We are collectively the body of the Messiah. Yo, Lamel, that's a new message. Oh man, that sound like that what they were saying to the Messiah. But no one jot or one tittle shall be removed from the law or the wall that got us trapped. All right, so let's get it. Let's move forward. So Revelations, this is another 141. It says this, and I looked, and behold, the Lamb stood at the Mount Zion, and with them 144,000. There you go. Code cracked. Code cracked. Code cracked right there. And all I did was utilize the same numbers. That's the only thing I did. All right, but we'll move forward. We'll utilize other numbers because they want me to do that, and we'll have fun. All right, but let's stay with it just one more second. John 1:41 through 4. Another 141, the chosen ones. Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. All right, if it were not so, I would not have told you. I go and prepare a place for you, and if I go prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto what? What did he say, babe?
Myself.
He said unto myself. Not nobody here. One person is the Messiah. He said, I will receive you into myself. So collectively, we are the body of the Messiah. He said, what did he say? Where I am, there ye may be also. All right? And whether I go, ye know, and the way ye know.
Yeah.
Shakespeare. It's Shakespeare. Yeah, look, it's fun. All right, look. So, but this goes back. This is not a new message of us being collectively the body of the Messiah. All right, just utilizing the wisdom. So I will be with the resurrection of the dead. The body that is sown is perishable. It is raised imperishable. It is sown in dishonor, in honor. It is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness. It is raised in power. It is sown in natural body. It is raised a spiritual body. If there is a natural body, there is also what?
Spiritual body.
The network. It's the network. So look at this. Romans, just look. More bodies. Look at this. Messiah, we though many form one body, and each member belongs to all the others. All right. So for just as each of us has one body with many members, and these members do not all have the same function. No, we're not all alike. We all don't have the same function. We all do different things. All right. So yeah, so in the Messiah, or they say Christ, but we don't say Christ. So in the Messiah, we, though many, form one body. So that's why I said this is not a new message with us being the body of the Messiah. The part is, well, what portion of the body am I? That's the question a lot of people would like to ask, because they would like to ask their zodiac sign. They want to know this, and can I get a reading, and can I get all of this? But they're not asking, well, what portion of the returning Savior am I? So I can be the Savior in my part of wood, in my part of town, my neck of the woods. Remember, it says a Messiah is a leader or a Savior of a particular group or a cause. All right, let's smoke them. Okay, so yeah, just as the body, as many members. So y'all read that. Let's continue. Now you are the body of the Messiah, and each of you is part of it. This is not a new message that I'm sharing with you, ladies and gentlemen, gods and goddesses, kings and queens, emperors and empresses, and most of all, messiahs. Talk about it. You know what? I was going to say that. Yeah, let's get it. So Ephesians 4:4, take your throne, because the 4 is the throne that you sit on. Look at the chair. It has 4 legs. But there is one body and one spirit, just as you were called. Yeah, because the only way you get out of the matrix is you got to be called. You got to be called to one whole. When you were called, talking about you getting out of the matrix. Now, moving forward, I'm constantly giving you this message about the whole body. You are a whole body. You know, a lot of people talk about God and they say, well, God is one. We rather collectively of the Messiah Code movement, the Walu, you know what we say? God is wholeness. It's wholeness. When we connected to that energy force, or that what we consider to be the supreme being, we feel whole. We don't feel separated. All right. So that's the essence of that. So Colossians and so forth, let the peace of the Messiah rule in your hearts, since as members of one body, you are called to one peace, and be thankful. This is the message that we share here collectively with the Messiah Code movement. All right. So I know a lot of the Egyptian brothers and sisters going, wow, and they say, man, well, look, well, we need something from, some sort of source of this nature, talking about, collectively we represent a body. All right, well, that's cool. We can do that. So we can go to Pyramid Text Utterance 1316. Oh man. So what does it say? It says, the king is Osiris, who has emerged, being renewed like the Ankh spirit. He is clothed. He appears as the king of not the dead, but what? The living. So if we have some people that speak meta nature, they can translate that and see if you come up with another equation. All right. But it appears to me that this is saying similar things. All right. Now, look at this. Coffin text from Spell. Look at this. Coffin text 474. From Spell 317. Go look it up if you want. I have come. I have crossed over. I have become pure. I am who? Osiris. I am protected by Horus. I have sat down as Osiris. I have become Anubis. Wow, we're one with the Netchers. Okay, so coffin text. We're going to even go deeper. Coffin text 1137 from Spell 720. All right, so if I'm wrong, I'm your brother. You can say, yo, bro, the coffin text does it. Okay, that's cool. I'll accept that. I won't argue or wrestle with you, because I'm not looking to worship any God here. I'm looking for morality. I'm looking for what we learn and how we treat each other. That's what I'm looking for. All right. So yeah. So it says, I am Osiris. My soul is Osiris. My body is what? It's Osiris. My body is Osiris, as I have taken form of the great falcon, the Bikun, the falcon. The beautiful plumage. All right. So moving forward, yeah, we can utilize the Quran. So the Quran, this is 230. Allah informs the angels of his intention to place a successor on earth. A successor on earth. Because remember, Allah is the breath. Allah ain't what people think it is. Allah is just simply the breath. People made it into a religious creed. Allah is, remember, breathe in and breathe out. That's Allah. All right, so Allah will have a successor on earth, because the breath, what? The breath takes a physical form. It manifests as a physical form. So, and that is El Musawwir, the fashioner, the bestower of forms, is one of the names attributed to Allah. Some sources consider Al Musawwir to be what? The 13th attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Why the 13th attribute? That's very important, because the 13th is the number of the Messiah. I showed you that number frontwards and backwards, didn't I? Because if you go into the Quran, another source, and I'm playing with the numbers again, Queen. I'm just playing with the numbers and we having fun. So in the Quran, look at this 131, which is 103.1. It says, Wal Asr. Asr. Who are they talking about? Wal Asr. They talking about, Osiris or Saru. All right, Wal Asr. But the translation says by the passage of time, because Osiris, or the one that moves collectively as the body of the Messiah, moves through the passage of time. And that right there is the 1 through 31 sequence of what collectively your birthday, or what you call your birthday is, but it's really called a log date, how you logged in space and time. All right, so yes, moving forward. So yeah, and then the Arabic name for Asar, Lazarus. The Arabic name for Lazarus is Asar. So y'all remember Lazarus for one who resurrects, for one who awakens the dead. That's what we doing. That's what we need to be doing in the streets. We need to be waking up the people. We still need to wake up the people of the wilderness of North America. All right, give them that bread. Because remember, when Moses was in the desert, the wilderness, he was giving people bread. And that bread, because they was wandering, all right, that bread was the same thing that brought them to the Most High. That brought them, it was the breadcrumbs that brought you back to the source. And that's what I'm sharing with you. So we are resurrecting the minds of the people. That is Asar, the same word phonetically. All right. So, and then just moving forward, if you look at where did Allah place his throne? Allah placed his throne at the Kaaba. Is that correct? Well, let's look at this. Let's look at the dimensions of the Kaaba real quick. See, this one, if y'all think I'm lying, I'm playing with the numbers. You say, oh man, he's playing with the numbers. Men and women lie, but numbers, they do not lie. I've been utilizing the same numbers. I've been utilizing the same phonetic sounds, and I've been utilizing the same principles to connect the spirituality of how we need to interpret of how or what or if could the Messiah really stand up. All right. So yeah, let's go back to the screen right here. If you look at the Kaaba, right, you see the dimensions of the Kaaba. We're not playing no games. The Kaaba, Islam's most sacred site in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, is a cuboid structure. All right. And it is look at this, it's approximate dimensions. They don't see it. All right, the approximate dimensions of the Kaaba, y'all can go check this one out. The approximate dimensions of the Kaaba are what? 13.1 meters. That's another 131. For some reason, this number 131 keeps on coming back at y'all. All right, that's what I'm saying. That's where Allah places throne at. All right. Those are the 99 names, or the attributes. Remember, Allah simply represents a breath, but the attributes are not really names. They are actions of Allah. They are actions, how Allah coordinates within the realm of what we call manifested reality, but it's really the mainframe consciousness. So go check that out. These are the dimensions of the Kaaba. So if I'm wrong on that, that's cool. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. All right. So now, we go to gematria and so forth. I introduce you to the sacred name, which is Lamel, with no vowels. I introduce you to the sacred number, which is 131, and that's your birthday. You know, it ain't no zodiac signs. Y'all are out of the zoo. Come out of the zoo. Come out of the bars, the chains and locks that they lock your mind in. Come out of that, ladies and gentlemen. Gods and goddesses, kings and queens, and empresses, and most of all, messiahs. Come out of it. We are collectively a whole. Together we form this body of the returning Savior. Could the real Messiah please stand up? Could we all stand up together? Because I see a lot of people arguing, but a lot of people ain't coming together. You know, when we debated back in the day, or what I know the elders to be debating about, they went to city council meetings, or before they went to the city council meetings, they went what they was going to address our public servants with, and say, yo, y'all need to fix this. Yo, it's a problem. We don't want y'all patrolling in this area. We don't want y'all there no more. Go to your city council meeting, find out when it is. Be a Messiah. So your birthday is between the 1 and 31. And that's collectively representing the name and the sacred number, which is Lamel. All right, so in Gematria, this, just going with the numbers, Aleph is 1, but, Lamed is 30. So L itself is 31. All right, completion. That's the head of the Messiah, Allah, or Elet, the breath, meaning to breathe in, breathe out.
All right, which means that you decided to be in that position. All right, not no one else. It's like people blame everything except for yourself for your current state and position of what you in at this moment. All right, so that is considered to be the world or the dunya. All right, and then if you go into the tribe of Israel, what you notice is that, Dan is not even of one of the chosen tribes. You might say, well, why is Dan not one of the chosen tribes? All right, because the 12 tribes are simply a template design of influence, also connecting with the 12 zodiac signs. But Dan is also those judgmental niggas. That's what Dan represents.
All right, so let's get it. Let's get it. Yeah,
all right, you back.
This is cool. This is cool. Yeah. All right, so check me out. So it says this, right? I was saying that Allah and Elah represents to breathe in and out. Simple. Ah and La. All right. And then Lamed or Lam is the letter L, because anytime you say the letter L or love or law or anything of that nature, levity, or even to lose, you have to go to the highest point of your mouth. All right, that's why it represents the heavenly abode, and L is the 12th letter of the alphabet, is it not? All right, so it says this, and then Genesis, I take you back to another 131, because Genesis only has 31 verses. All of these things have been coded. All right, I don't look at the Bible as a historical document. I look at it, it has a bit of history in it, but it has wisdom in it as well. But it also has contradictions that people don't want to admit. All right, but I deal with the numbers and how they connect. All right, so and God said all that he made was very good. And the evening and the morning was the 6th day. The number 6, it was the 6th day. Why on the 6th day of all days? All right, that he said it was good. All right, and when I say good, it's not good what you think. It means that things function in harmony. And when God said it was so, that means it was order. And then when you say you want to attribute that to some God sitting, whatever, it's not like that. All right, it's just how the universe operates. If anything, I'll share with you. Okay, so going back to people say, well, oh man, I'm like the 1 through 31, my birthday, I'm so used to the zodiac signs and all of that stuff. I'm not ready to be the returning or part of this body. All right. But whether you know it or not, Pope Gregory the 13th, what did he do? In 1582, he changed the calendar up. But he was creating a timeline. Because if you look at it, it says this in the Bible, but of that day or hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father, which is the Pope. The Pope thinks he's God representative on earth. The Pope thinks he's God's seat on earth. I'm gonna keep it real. So that's why he thought he can change the time in 1582. Okay? So in October 1582, Pope Gregory the 13th reformed the calendar to correct the drift in the timing of Easter, which had moved away from the spring equinox. He removed 10 days from the calendar. October 4 was followed by October 15th to realign the date of Easter with the seasons originally set by who? You know who. All right, so they say, well, why did Pope Gregory do this? They're playing with time, creating time. All right. So again, you say, how is that? Prove it. I'ma prove it. Source. You are the source. How about this? Here's the source right here. January 31st and October 31st are on the same day every year except for a leap year. you say, well, how did they do that? That's what Pope Gregory the 13th did. This was a part of his execution, and people will wonder why he was so adamant on, the conquistadors going out and enslaving our people. It was really to place them under a timeline. Let me keep it real, because once you are underneath their time, you are underneath their contracts. Man, it goes deep. So January 31st, October 31st. January is Janus, and Janus is a god that looks into time. It looks into past, present. We would relate it to Sankofa almost. All right, but it's a deity that relates into time. All right, so you can go check this out, and you'll find out that these dates are always on the same day, which is 131. Well, you say, well, October 31st is a 10. We actually, it's not a 0. It's no 0. It's just a placeholder. So if you look at All Saints Day is celebrated on a 131, because you see 11-1. What? But 11-1 is really 131, because all three are one. The blood, spirit, and water are one. Man, woman, and child are one. Past, present, and future are one. All right. The three primary colors, and I can go even deeper with that. Okay. So now, one thing that is spoken of in the Messiah Code, and you go look up the books. Just look up Lazarus Lamel, and you'll find some books. It says this. In the chapter Crack the Code, it says this, verse 8, in Gematria, L, which is 31, it equals 31 when the sequence reflects back upon itself with its a palindrome. 131 is a palindrome, okay? So the name L becomes a mirror, like how you reflect back on yourself, all right? The one God, which is the one observer. You are the observer, because the only way that you can really see your eyes is through reflection. And the eyes are the doorways to the soul. All right. So let's get to what they all been waiting for. Matrix theory. Matrix theory. Let's talk about matrix theory, because matrix theory goes very deep. Some think matrix theory, for what some perceive matrix theory is. Matrix theory is really this. It's what they call magic theory. Like a magic trick done on you. All right, so magic theory often connected to how people interpret the 1999 film The Matrix released. What is this? Wow, why on 31? Why on 331? Are they playing with the numbers? Queen, are they playing with the numbers? Do they know something I know, or they know something I don't know? I don't know. But it says this, March 31st, that's a 331, and on a 1999. All right, explores how the movie became more than entertainment. It became a spiritual metaphor according to this view. The Matrix represents a false reality or illusion that controls humanity's perception. So this goes very deep. You need any more? You good? No. All right, we cooking. All right, so let's go. So, like I said, it's magic's theory. It's magic. It's magic's theory. That's how you pronounce it. So this the Brer Rabbit. Remember, this is the Brer Rabbit is a folktale story of ancient. We used to tell it like African. They basically, like they say, slaves used to talk about the Brer Rabbit. It was a trickster of sorts. It tricked people. It led people astray, because you know why? The rabbit is bait. And if you notice in the Matrix movie, they have people following a rabbit. So we don't follow the rabbit, we follow the turtle, y'all. I want y'all to be patient. For the people that's learning something, I'm sharing something that's different on here. And I hope the information through my research, aligning the numbers, and also the concepts of what these spiritualities represent, can do something for you in your journey. All right. So now, like I said, it's the rabbit versus the turtle. So yeah, and that would, like, matrix theory is really a mathematical type of thing, because matrix theory is the study of rectangular arrays of numbers called matrices, and how they can represent and solve complex systems, especially in math, physics, and computer science. Each matrix holds value that can describe transformations, equations, or relationships between multiple variables at once. Wow, this sounds like a real matrix, right? It sounds like a real matrix. But nevertheless, this is like a formula of sort of mathematics. I remember this when the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad spoke of this in the message to the black man. He talked about the end of the devil's rule. And I showed you that when the Matrix movie came out in 1999. Because when it came out in 1999, those were 3 sixes. All right, and those 3 sixes, or flip 9 backwards, is the end of, or upside down is the end of the devil's rule. But that's the great chain that they speak of in the book of Revelations, chapter 20 and 21. The chain that was in his hand was the chain of loops. Yo, you know how they fancy us and they say 9 times whatever itself equals 9. And I get it, but that puts you in a loop. We want to get out of the loop. We want to create cycles. We don't want to be trapped in them. All right? We create different cycles and sequences, and we develop the universe because the universe knows reality through you. Yes. So it was the end of the devil's rule in 1999. And I'll get to that. I'll get to that because look at this. In Message of the Black Man, he said, he, the devil, the god of evil, was made to rule the nations of the earth for 6,000 years. All right. And this, I'm quoting Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but he said the end of the devil rule was in 1914. Was this a code that he was talking about? I have a theory that this was actually a code that he was delivering to us. Because if you do 1914, it's 15 equals 6. I don't know, maybe my math is my math is off. I don't know. My math is on.
Okay, so you just said 10 and 5, 15.
This is
Is that what you're doing? 10, 1 and 9 is 10.
1, 9, 10,
and 1 and 4 is 5, 15.
And then that all
1 and
equals
5
6.
equals 6. Okay.
Yes.
I got that.
Yes, ma'am. So yeah, so all of this is magic still. It's magic because they're using a white light against us. They're using a white light. And you know what they asked you in the Matrix? You never heard this before, y'all. So y'all hearing it live here on the House of Consciousness. They asked you to pick the red and blue pill. All right, this was a trick. This was a trick. Look at that. Look at it. Look at Neo. Look at the glasses. Look at the glasses. It's 2 different Neos in the glasses. It's 2 different Neos. One of them chooses a pill and the other one don't choose the pill. It's a glitch. There's a trick. It's a trick. You're not supposed to pick the red pill or the red pill or the blue pill. That was the Brer Rabbit. You wasn't supposed to follow that rabbit. I told you, follow the turtle. Follow the turtle. Be patient. You know what I'm saying? Follow the turtle. So we don't pick the red pill or the blue pill. We pick the purple pill, if you want to know. They say, well, now you're getting deep because they didn't offer us the purple pill. In actuality, they did, but you didn't get the riddle that they was talking about in the movie. All right, for instance, let me break this down real quick. Y'all see this purple pill? All right, let me break this purple pill real quick. Sonetta, bring me back on the screen. Let me share this with y'all real quick. Listen, the purple pill represents this. So the red pill, you got this. You got sacrifice. But the sacrifice is what you think is about sacrifice someone of importance. Someone tells you the truth. It don't have to be me. It don't have to be Sonetta. It don't have to be anybody that's on the panel. That, you know, it can be anybody in your local environment. They give you a degree of truth. And then the moment that you step away from that truth, you wanna forget it and you wanna sacrifice, or you're presented with a choice to sacrifice that person and knock them off. All right? If you notice, Neo in the movie, he sacrificed the only person that he loved. He took the red pill, right?
You can see what I see.
He sacrificed the only person that he loved, which was Trinity. And guess what? Psych in the movie, he sacrificed the only person he loved too, which was Morpheus. All right. So the red pill doesn't represent the choice that you're supposed to take. It represents for you to sacrifice someone of importance. someone who gave you the truth. So bring this back on the screen. I want to show y'all something real quick. I want to show y'all something real quick. So yeah, the only way out of the matrix, you got to answer the call. Y'all saw the movie. I'm just want to deliver this message to y'all. The only way out of it is you got to be called, and you got to know how to answer the call. The call represents your purpose, Messiah. Could the real Messiah please stand up? Because here in this discussion is about breaking out of the box reality that you've been trapped in with religion. Time to choose the purple pill. All right, now let me get to it. The red pill is about sacrificing those that gave you the truth. Let's say somebody gave you the truth. Somebody told some truth to you. Now you want to get rid of these people. Peace to Mark Clark, peace to Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, Geronimo, and a list of others. All right, that that gave some people a degree of truth. And what happened? It was people that took the red pill. All right, no, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going against nobody that took the name of sort, but this is not that type of discussion, because this is an ideology of sort that people took on. All right, it's a red pill situation where people sacrifice the ones that told them the truth. Okay, and then moving forward, yeah, they took the money. You know why? Because with the red pill, they give you the money because you're not going to forget what you've done. All right, but they're going to give you the money so you don't have no remorse. They're going to make you a star, a fallen star, so you can betray your people. You can betray the black Messiah, the next Messiah. All right, and what if, let's go to the blue pill, because what if you take the blue pill, somebody give you some facts, somebody give you some information. See, you just say, oh man, after Sinetter's show, I just want to forget. Sinetter did so many shows where he busts down the contradictions in the Bible, and he make these people look weird when it comes down to it, and they don't want to admit the fallacy in their religion. All right, and no offense, but I'm just saying we all got to learn from something, y'all. All right, so if somebody presents some facts to you and you want to forget, that's you taking the blue pill. That's you. Oh man, when after this show, after Lazarus Lamel gets off, I just want to forget everything he talked about, because these are different concepts of thinking. I'm so used to this Hebrew and it's Egypt, and then I'm used to this and that and that, and it becomes a box, and I'm not in a box. I operate from the dot, and so do you, and so do you. But if somebody give you some truth, don't forget about it. All right, don't take the blue pill and want to wash away everything that was told to you. You go through the womb of your mother again, and the waters of your mother. All right, so yeah, that's what the blue pill represents. It's something that they give the blue pill people, though. I'm gonna keep it real. They don't give the blue pill people money. They give the blue pill people relics to protect them, just in case somebody approach them with the truth. Because they ain't gonna mess with the red pills, they're gonna mess with the blue pill. All right, so they'll give you all of these relics, and they say, man, look, wear a cross. All right, just because a Christian told you the truth of yourself. We talking about morality. We're not talking about anybody talking about God and whatever. Nah, it's morality, because you utilize the spirituality and the morality of it to adjust yourself to make it the best version of yourself. All right, let's say you're a Buddhist and Hotep. Shout out to the Hotep brothers. You know what I'm saying? You're like Hotep, and you know damn well they ain't right. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, no offense, but they give the blue pill people this. They give them these relics to protect them. You know why? Because you might approach them with the truth, the real truth, and say, yo man, you tripping. Yo, what you doing, bro? We don't do that here. Yo, we don't do that. That ain't in our spirituality. This is not what we do here. But this is what you do. But you took on the mantle of that. All right? So the blue pill is related to the blue light, which is the white lie that they told you. Now the blue light, especially from LED screens and LED lights, can be harmful when you're exposed to it for long periods, especially at night. it disrupts your body natural sleep cycle by blocking melatonin, the hormone that helps you fall asleep. I mean, come on, we know this. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir here. This can lead to insomnia, y'all. All right, and also fatigue, and even weaken your immune system. So the blue light is real serious. This is how they made you docile nature. This is it. The blue light is next to the white light. I know he's flashing a white light, but it looks blue to me. It looks blue to me. They don't want you to know, as soon as you come out of the matrix, where do you go when you come out of the matrix? Because they never told you that. You say, man, shit. Man, I came out of the matrix, but I'm still in the matrix. Yeah. You come out of the matrix and you go into the book. You go into the book, yo. Real talk. That's where you go. You go into the book. You start to write your story. All right. So I'm gonna get into some thoughts maybe people don't even think about. Maybe because people are so trapped in what we call the box, and they didn't do nothing but stretch out the box. Let me keep it real. They stretched out the box and made that box a rectangular prism, and that rectangular prism appears, it's a book. It's a book. A book is really a rectangular prism. All right. So moving forward, how about this? I'll use a couple sources, since this channel, we use a lot of sources on this channel. And maybe people say, oh man, I'm not going to use this guy, but he's one of the smartest minds in the world. And he said this, utilizing mathematics. The man said this. He said, there is a 1 in a billion chance we are in a base reality. You hear that? A base reality. This is in 2016 at the Code conference. He also said this, if you assume any rate of improvement at all, games will become indistinguishable from reality. Therefore, we are most likely in a simulation. He said that 2018 on Joe Rogan. All right, but it goes deep. This is current events, and these are things that I think people should be up with because they study history, right? And if you study religion, you study history, you study anything, I think you should study current events. That's what Brother Sonetta told us to study. He told us, yo, come back with some current events. I got y'all. Here we go. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says this. He's an astrophysicist. I know y'all know him. He says, I estimate the likelihood of the simulation hypothesis being correct at better than 50-50 odds. I wish I could summon a strong argument against it, but I can't find none.
Wow.
He can't find none. He said, and I guess he been doing a lot of calculations before 2020. In 2020, he got clear vision. 2020, he got clear vision. All right, so Nick Bostrom, I know y'all probably don't listen to these type of people because they don't look like us, but they are some of the smartest minds in the world. And you know, like, just go look up how many people feel as though we're in some form of simulation or a test of sort of, or whatever you want to call it. And I'll break that down. So we go back to picking a number, and I'll explain the simulation in my theory, or however you want to call it. It's not even a theory. I just say whatever it is. You can just take it for what it's worth. All right, because I'm collecting the data. So pick a number between 1 and 31. Your birthday is in that, okay? And then if I told you pick a number between 1 and 31, what you notice is it looks like a phone. It looks like a phone thing that you dial up, a phone dialer that you used to dial up a number. But whether you know it or not, this is an energy. This is a structure of an atom. All right. This is called the magic square of Saturn. This is the cube. This is the mind or the box that they got us trapped in. All right. And the only way to get out of this cube or to get out of the matrix, what? You had to be called, right? But before they was called to get out of the matrix, because they had to go to a landline. Remember, Neo in the Matrix, he went to the mom room, which was 303, before he got shot 14 times by Smith, which means the smite. Smith means the smite. All right, but he got shot 14 times, which represents Osiris. Smith is actually Set. because Set and Smith are synonymous. All right. What did Set do? He smited his brother and cut him into 14 pieces. All right. So yeah, that goes back, but that's all connected in the realm of metaphysics of how you connect all the dots. So yeah, it is a phone that you dial up. It is a phone that you dial up. You got to call the operator. And the operator, I'm going to keep it real. You notice it's no zero on there, right?
Zero.
I said pick a number between 1 and 31. Nobody has the zero because that zero is God. It's God. It's the God. It's what God or the universal principle logged in at. It logged in at the zero frequency. All right. But listen, that Saturn or this God is really Saturn. Saturn is what? Discipline and structure. Saturn rules time, order, limits, and laws. Remember, those laws are walls. Okay, because you're in a box, right? And when you look, let's say the box that they got us trapped in with religion, that same box are walls, and those walls are laws, and you cannot break the law, because the moment you try to break the law will cave in on you. So what you notice is this: Saturn is related to karma, consequences, also known as the Lord of Karma. Saturn reinforces spiritual lessons and cosmic justice. All right, initiation. Saturn represents hardship, delay, and testing before reward. This sounds like the world. This is the energy of Saturn. See, man has to go to the moon before he can go to any other heavenly body. And Saturn is really the Lord of the Moon or the Lord of the Rings. All right. So wisdom through suffering. Saturn governs pain that leads to maturity, like a teacher reinforcing growth. All right. So these are all the energies of Saturn, and these are all the energies that we deal with in this perceived reality called the mainframe consciousness. All right. So Saturn, watch this. Now we're going to deal with the math. Let's deal with the math. They say, well, why are you bringing up Saturn in here? And you said Saturn is the moon. All right. So Saturn takes approximately 29.5 years to complete one orbit around the sun and return to the same position. All right. Now, listen to this. The 29.5 day period refers to a synodic month. All right. Which the time it takes for the moon to complete one full cycle. So a synodic month basically is basically like when you see the moon and you see the cycles of the moon, is how you perceive the moon on Earth. It's not like a sidereal month, which is like relative to the stars. When you measure the moon against a star, when you measure the moon against a star, it's only 27.3 days. That's actually what it takes for it to go. That's your birthday, babe. 327. Shout out. Oh man, you good. Shout out to the moon. The moon. Ah, that's fire. Reflecting the light. Thank you. So look, what's so deep about this is that you say, well, why you bring up Saturn? I bring up Saturn because of energies. And I know a lot of people, but we're going to deal with the math, because Saturn is also, you have to deal with algebra or al-Jabbar. Al-Jabbar is an Arabic term meaning the all-compelling, the all-restoring, the almighty. So the moon takes 29.5 days to complete one cycle. Saturn takes 29.5 years to complete one orbit around the sun. If we turn Saturn's years into days by multiplying, watch this, multiplying 29.5 times 365.25, we get what?
773 days.
We get 10,773 days. All right. Now, when we divide Saturn's days by the moon's days, what do we get? We get this, the same number.
Wow.
Men and women lie, but numbers don't lie. This is supreme mathematics. See, this is the relationship. This is the formula. If you want to write it down, Fx equals 365.25x. X represents the number of moon cycles in days. Fx represents the matching length of time for Saturn's days. All right, you say, well, how did you come to terms with this? Because it's like finding a relationship of something. Like 4 times 3 equals 12. That is their relationship. You know what I'm saying? 24 is a relationship that 3 and 4 have, even though they're different numbers. So when you are talking to people, when you building with your brother, with your sister, with your alike, or with anybody that you designated worthy of your time, guess what? You find a relationship. And this is supreme mathematics. You can write it down, do the equation yourself. All right. So like I said, men and women lie, but numbers don't lie. Okay. So Saturn holds what? Saturn holds the record for the most moons. That's why I said it's the lord of the moons. Oh, you think you're going to go to the moon? No. Saturn owns the energy of the moon energy. All right. It owns that moon energy because it has the most moons, that 274 confirmed in 2025. So like Jupiter, Saturn is made of what? Mostly of hydrogen, helium. At Saturn's center is a dense core of metals like what? Iron, nickel, and blah, 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 blah. All right. But Saturn is 95 times, if y'all want to know, 95 times the mass of Earth. So guess what? It has a relative influence on what is done on Earth. Should I say that? All right. So moving forward, that goes back to the magic square of Saturn. You don't have a 0 on here. So the only way that you can call the operator, the operator, you have to go into the age of information. You have to go into the age of information. And that's what the Matrix movie was about. Now remember, it says in Romans 8:28, it says what? And we know that all things work together for the good of them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose, your purpose. Because the universe exists inside you, or you are a microcosm of everything and all things. You know, and then that also takes you back to 2 Timothy 1:9. And y'all can write this down if y'all want. 1 Corinthians 7:17. Let each person lead the life that the Lord has assigned him, and to which God has called him. It's your calling, it's your purpose. So the only way to get out of this thing, you have to call upon the 0, the number 0. But none of y'all can dial the 0 because you got a 1 through 31 code crack. All right. So again, we moved to the age of information. That was the year of 1999, and that's why you had Y2K and all of that stuff happen. All right. So yeah. So you have to balance the numbers, and anybody that knows the magic square of Saturn, they knows this. This goes back to the number 15. This goes back to the number 15 because you got to take all these numbers and balance them. It looked like scrambled digits, all right? But you got to know how to balance everything in life. This is the problem with people with a linear type of life, where they want to walk a straight line instead of a curvature nature. You know, things move, it doesn't move in a straight line, it moves in a curvature. But you add all these numbers and you balance the digits, and you get what? You get 15. And at the base of it, at the center, you get the number 5. All right? So, which is the woman, because the woman has 5 points. Boom. You see that? Right there with the moon. The moon and Saturn, 5 points. Let's build. So, going back to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, when he said it was the end of the devil's rule in 1914 as to 15. All right? Going back, Codex, which is the number 6. All right? But in order to dial number 15, you can't dial 15 on the phone pad. I mean, you can't dial it. You think how I'm gonna dial 15? 15. No, you can't. Because we're in the age of information. You have to utilize binary in order to dial up. You have to utilize binary. We're in the age of information. All right. So if you notice in binary, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 equals what? 15. Yes. So that number 15 is 111. So in order, I mean, that's how you dial it up in binary. You know, this is the binary chart right there. I showed you the binary chart. For anybody that know, computer science. No, this is how the computer functions. This is how the computer works. It works on these numbers. This is how it interprets numbers. All right. In this type of sequence, this is binary. All right. But that goes to 255, which is actually a product of sweet 16 because you got to count the zero. 255, everything is zero between 255. That's what all them numbers add up to. But in order to dial number 15, you have to use binary, the binary chart, and use 111, 1111. So the angel number is really 1111. Code cracked. Here, right here, live on the House of Consciousness. Code cracked. Because if you go to the binary, binary is 1111, which equals 15. 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1. That's why I said supreme mathematics. Men and women lie, but numbers don't lie. So we know why E be lying. That's why I say E be lying. E be lying. E be lying. He ain't trying to go to the moon. Why? You know why he ain't trying to go to the moon? Because I ain't gonna go there. He's really trying to go somewhere else because they're deeply invested in Project Stargate. This is you. 500 billion. This is current events. If you up on current events right now. So 500 billion is invested in the AI infrastructure initiative, which is announced by Trump 2025. It aims to establish U.S. as an AI leader by building large-scale data centers for OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, and MGX. The initial investment of 100 billion will be deployed immediately. They getting that money. Listen, starting with data centers in Texas. Who got data centers in Texas? Elon. All right, with plans to what? Expand to other states. So Elon, whether you know it or not, Elon invests in OpenAI, ChatGPT. SoftBank already received $10 billion. They already received their money. Oracle, who's Oracle? You see Larry Ellison right there next to Donald Trump. But he's really next to Elon because he helped Elon get Twitter, now known as X. Larry Ellison, he's one of the richest people in the world. All right, but guess what? He's part of Oracle, so they keeping the money and the friends, and now all that beef with they say Elon and Trump beefing. Yeah, right. You know, remember when Elon first got in, his stock went 71% down. All right, but they're invested in the Stargate project. This started in 1977 to investigate the potential for psychic phenomena in military and domestic intelligence applications. Go look it up. I'm not going to go into the CIA. This is not that type of bill. But what I'm saying is that they're highly invested in you because they know you are the Stargate. All the religion stuff, that's the box, man. Come on, man. I'm tired of it. I'm really not about that. But if you like to live that way, it's people that chose to live in a matrix. No problem. No problem. You can live like that. I'm not worrying about that. But your brother is sharing real information with you because I want you to come out of the box, which is the real matrix. If you look at a box has what? It's a cube that has 6 square faces. That's the number 6. That's the carbonated cell. It has what? The edges is 12 edges. That's the 12 bars represent the 12 zodiac signs. Look at the cube right there. You can go count them. The 12 bars in this box represent the 12 zodiac signs that they gave you. And it also represents the 12 hours of night and day. All right, I'm gonna keep it real. And then you got 8 vertices, your vertical or vertice. And the number 8 is really the angles. Because a vertice is really the angles that all points meet. All right, but remember the angles are really the angels. And what do the light? It shines through the angle or the prism. And a prism looks like an angle or a what do you call a tetrahedron. If you look at this box, the corner of the box is a tetrahedron, which represents the fourfold consciousness. All right, your throne. So I explained that. This is a sexagesimal system that they gave us, 666, whether it be duodecimal or whatever, they gave us these things. They gave us these things to trap us in the walls or the laws. And if you try to break the law, guess what? They're going to close the wall, or the box is going to close even closer on you. All right? So, yeah. So moving forward, how many degrees are in a circle? I hope we know that it's 361 degrees in a circle. 19 times 19, everything that moves between the 1 and the 9. That is the dot. All right? And remember, I brought this back to the red pill and the blue pill. Let me see this real quick. I'm going to show y'all something. Real quick, I'm going to show this. The red pill and the blue pill. Let me show y'all this, because I don't know if I lost y'all on this red pill and blue pill situation. All right? Let me tell y'all something about this red pill and blue pill. And going back to the purple pill and what we choose here in the Messiah Code. All right? See, the purple pill is that, remember, the red pill is that, you want to sacrifice those that gave you the truth. All right? That's the red pill. But the blue pill was if somebody gave you the truth, you just want to forget the truth. All right? The purple pill doesn't represent those things. It fuses out both energy, and it becomes an energy of its own, because now you don't sacrifice the ones that told you the truth. You are willing to be the sacrifice. You are willing to be that sacrifice, and you don't forget nothing, but you're willing to forgive. Those are the people that got the purple hearts in the building. Shout out to all the people, all the purple heart soldiers in the building. Peace. That chose the purple pill, because that was the choice that you should have chose. All right? Now, moving forward, going back to what I was talking about, just to decode all of these things. All right? I gave y'all the mathematical breakdown. Y'all can utilize this for your own formula and say, yo, you're wrong. Okay, I'll take it. Go. I mean, we all went to school here, right? I mean, we learned math. Here it is, right here. This is the relative nature of Saturn and the moon. And this is the equation for it. This is why I said I wasn't tripping. It's the same way that they utilize, different numbers for equations like pi. How you going to know the circumference of a circle without the dot? How you going to know the volume of a sphere without the dot, the center? You're not. But you need relationships to understand these things. That's 3.14, that's pi, and so on. Because the number goes on forever. Because it's a irrational number. You know what irrational numbers do, Queen? I'm gonna say it. Just sharing some information.
What do they do?
Irrational numbers, we're gonna bring it back on the screen real quick. I got you. Irrational numbers, actually, they don't close like the 1 through 9. The 1 through 9 numbers, they close. They close. But irrational numbers go on forever, like Euler's number, like the square root of 2. All right? Like other things of that nature, like pi. These numbers go on forever. And when you utilize these numbers in your equations, you come up with ways to define your reality, or your circle, or your square, or however you want to explain it. So I explain all these things with binary, the Stargate experiment in 1977, but they fast forwarded and doubled down on it, $500 billion.
Wow.
They doubled down on the Stargate project. Project Stargate. Yeah, they doubled down on it. Look at this. Anyhow, the cube, I broke that stuff down, thinking outside of the box. Also, it's 361 degrees in a circle. And then another thing, for all the people that love to utilize the Bible for wisdom, I'm going to utilize math for wisdom as well. And then what you notice, 666, which represents the lower state of man. All right? It represents the lower state of man. It adds up to 216. Okay? And if I go into Revelations 21:16, combining the two ones, because the two ones are one. Same digits, 216. Men and women not lie, but numbers don't lie. It explains a cube. And again, before this, it talks about a great chain that was in someone's hand. And I told y'all, it was the loops that they had us trapped in with the number 6. Look, That's a product of 9 as well. 216, because 216 adds to what? It adds to 9. It's a loop. It's a chain. We think with, irrational numbers and not just linear numbers here in the Messiah Code. All right, in order to define reality. All right, just to think outside of the prison cell that they gave us, just to think outside of the box that they gave us of religion. All right, now, Baba Phil broke this down. He broke this down. I remember on the Earth. The Book of the Earth. He broke this down. He talks about how when you take all the numbers, right, you get 396, right, which is a product of 9. But when a woman, 9 months, or what they say, she has a baby normally in 270 days, which is a product of 9, right? Look at it. When you add them all up, it's 666. That's deep. That's a code that was cracked. But again, it represents the lower state of man. It represents you coming into this reality, all right? But you have a higher state, a higher consciousness collectively. When you look in the mirror, what do you see? You see the number 8. The number 8 is great. It represents the Taurus, or Ptah Rus. Ptah is us. Ptah is us. Ptaurus. That's what it is, the number 8. If you flip it on its belly, it looks like a Taurus field. But this is really the mirror when you look at yourself, because the only way to see the eyes is through reflection. And that's the God in you. That's the Messiah in you. The great one in you. All right? So, yes, you see these things through an angle, which are the angels. So you interpret the light, the 7 rays, or the 7 planes of thought through your prism, through what you knows. All right? And you spiral up this motion. You don't move in a straight line. All right? And you see these things through the prism. Thank you. So I'll be opening the floor for questions. Anybody would like any questions? If you want to know what body part of the Messiah you are and what purpose that suits, I'll take questions like that, because remember, collectively we are the body of the Messiah.
All right, which means that you decided to be in that position. All right, not no one else. It's like people blame everything except for yourself for your current state and position of what you in at this moment. All right, so that is considered to be the world, or the dunya. All right, and then if you go into the tribe of Israel, what you notice is that Dan is not even of one of the chosen tribes. You might say, well, why is Dan not one of the chosen tribes? All right, because the 12 tribes are simply a template design of influence, also connected with the 12 zodiac signs. But Dan is also those judgmental niggas. That's what Dan represents, those judgmental niggas. All right, that just want to judge people, that want to criticize people to the point that we can't grow as a community. So we don't need those niggas.
If you look at the body of the Messiah, you wonder what's at the top. It's the 30 and the 31, which is the Lemel and the Lamel. This is at the top of the body of the Messiah, which becomes an owl, becomes 2 owls, right? So you say, really? Yeah, because the owl is the letter M, but that means the owl sees in 361 degrees. That means as you have a mate and y'all both the head and y'all control the body. Y'all control the body here. The female and the male Messiah are at the top of this image and they control the body. Think about it like that. So let's say if you got a relationship with somebody, let's say this. You say, babe, look, I'm going to drive and you navigate. All right, so we can get to the destination of happiness, babe. Look, you drive or you drive and I navigate. So it won't be no confusion on what y'all got going on. All right? Because that's the way the universe designed things to be. All right? So people so we can move in harmony like that. So we'll know that we need to be each other's eyes. We need to be each other's ears. If you got your phone in the other hand, just touch your heart then. Touch your heart. Create your own rhythm. Touch your heart real quick. How about that? Put your phone in your left hand and just touch your heart instead of clap. Touch your heart. All right? Y'all hear me?
Cool. All right, we in here. Now, first of all, I would like to say peace and love to everybody that's in here. All right? I love you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your energy. I appreciate your energy. And I come here as a person that's sharing love, inspiration, and joy. All right? Now, I go by the appellation Lazarus Lamel, also known as Solar Prime Supreme 131. Now, people say, why do you go by the title of Solar Prime Supreme? Because we have come into a new age, all right? We have come out of the age of Pisces. And the signs that people had is an old regime. Now it is a new template design of your celestial abode. All right, it is a new template design, and it's no longer zodiac signs or zoology, zodiac. It's no longer animals. You're coming out of an animalistic nature. All right, it's no longer zoology or zodiac. All right, it is now coming to the primes. All right, or the age of the primes. Okay, so now when I share information with you, first of all, today's date in the age of Aquarius, today's date in the age of Aquarius is 9. Today's actually the first of the month. Today is 9/1/29. All right, 9/1/29. Okay, now it's 392 days in a cycle, or what you call a year in a calendar. All right, and it's 14 months. Each month consists of 28 days. All right, this is all bringing you back to the 7. This is all bringing you back to the temple of worship, which is your 7. All right, but even more important, when you move through these different cycles, you begin to learn yourself, which is the Messiah. All right, that's what I came to bring everyone here. Listen, I know you have been called gods. You have been called goddesses. You have been called kings, queens, emperors, and empresses, all that stuff. All right, but I call you messiahs. That's the difference here. All right, with this movement, you come in knowing that you are an embodiment of what the Messiah is and what the Messiah was and what the Messiah will be. All right, all 3 in 1. You are it. All right, and the embodiment of it is your birthday. Like for instance, you know why I put in the comment section or in the title, I say, yo, pick a number between 1 and 31. You know why I said that? Because if I ask you what's your birthday, everybody's birthday is between a 1 and 31 number. Now, what y'all need to know, what I'm sharing here with you today, that is the secret name. The 1 and 31 actually represents the sacred name. Thank you. The 1 and 31 represents the sacred name, which so happens to be what? Lamel. L-A-M-E-L. Lamel. Now you want to say, well, how is the 131 the sacred name, Lamel, which is the title that you hold? And various other people hold the title Lamel. All right? Because Lamel represents 1, which represents the L. And then you got 3, which represents the M. And then you got 1, which represents the L again. All right, if I write it, you'll think it's a L, L-M-E-L. All right, so, or L-M-L, real simple. All right, so we are embodiment of what we call the Messiah. That's why I say, yo, you are a Messiah, but you are located somewhere along the body. You hear me? So from 1 through 31, whether you put your birthday in the comment section, however it is, all right, like if you put your birthday was, somebody put their birthday, it was 7/9, for instance. 7/9 actually represents a various portion of the Messiah. Y'all hear me? The 7/9 actually represents a certain portion of the Messiah. Just like you represent a certain portion that is located or designated where the Messiah resides. Now, the Messiah, when the Messiah returned, hear me out. See, it's many cultures that talked about this being. Many religious precepts actually mention this being. All right. But from time to time, this being has returned to us. All right. And when I need to tell you that the Messiah has returned, all right, is here right now in this day and time. All right. Now, the problem is this. The Messiah didn't return in the aspect that people wanted the Messiah to return in. You hear me? People wanted the Messiah to come in an embodiment form. Why? So you can cage him up in some sort of way. You can capture him if you want. You can kill him if you want. Am I right? You can attack his physical flesh because you understand that the flesh is weak, even though the spirit is willing. Am I right? Even though the spirit is weak, the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak. So we know that. So they wanted the Messiah to return in an embodiment of a flesh, but the Messiah was smart, was so intelligent, all right? And knowing to come in the right time, which is his time, all right? Which is the age of Aquarius, the 11th house. The 11th house so happens to be Aquarius, am I right? But if you think about it, Aquarius is also the third air sign. So that's a 131 or also the 13. And I told people, I said, you came out of the 12. And when you came out of the 12, you came into what? The 13. You came into the 13th house or the 13th school of thought, or what we consider to be the cornerstone. All right. Now, all these religions that you go through, all these certain spiritualities that you have walked through, I'm telling you, all of y'all right now, whether you've been through Hebrewism, whether you've been through Mohammedism, whether you've been through Kemetology, hear me out. All the roads lead here, which is the Messiah. That's why I say, how people have to come through him in a sense, because I'm gonna tell you, we are embodiment of that creature, which is the Messiah. That's why I said your birthdays actually represent a certain position to form the body, to form the whole body, our whole manifestation together as a people represent this embodiment. All right. So somewhere you are designated to do a job.
I don't teach, bro, or I don't preach. Only thing I do is share, John. Yo, we loving each other here, bro. My word, John. John Gaston, Messiah, cause you my Messiah. Jason Benson, Messiah. I worship y'all people, man. Lamont, Still My Soul, Pinder, whatever your name is. You my Messiah, Mont. I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna worship everybody here. Everybody that's on my Facebook, when I go on my tour next week, I'm gonna go to y'all house. And I'm going to go to y'all feet. And I'm going to go put my feet, my head to y'all feet. Wherever y'all at. I don't care if you laughing about it, Mont. I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to worship my brother and my sister, man. Because some people, you got to hit them with the puff, puff pass.
Feel the ground beneath, sacred and strong. Messiahs, we rise, rivers be your guide. Charlotte, rise up, where the stars align side by side. Through the trials, through the pain, we were broken. The symbols carved in clay, your words unspoken. They left us messages in the river, in storm, to remind some Messiah, we rise, always last. Charlotte, rise up, let the river.
Cool. Taino. Cool.
Ya Kawebe, Ya Tuwalu, Ya Yakahu, Ya Tuwalu, Ya Atabe, Ya Tuwalu, Ya Huracan, Ya Tuwalu, Ya Cobenetex, Ya Tuwalu, Ya Zembi, Ya Tuwalu. Ya Bo'o, Ya Tuwalu, Ya Ana, Ya Tuwalu, Ya Ara, Ya Tuwalu.
Aries was to teach their parents how to stand up, have a spine, don't let nobody push over on you. Taurus was about possession. You know, you ain't gotta be broke. You really don't. You got intelligence. Come on, mom. Man, you all that creativity, imagination, and you say you ain't got no money, you can create money, but you're mine. You know what I mean? Gemini teaches their parents to communicate, because most likely when they created that child, they did not know how to communicate. That's what Gemini's here for. I feel sorry for them. That's who I am. I'm getting there. Yeah, we're scary. No, no, we're not. Leo basically teaches people how to shine. The world is a stage, and I'm playing every part. Okay? Virgo, I went over that. Libra is more so, you've been unfair to me, and I'm going to teach you that you're going to give me justice. You're going to respect me. See, Libra, that's one thing about Libras. They demand respect, even when they don't deserve it. You know? When we move on to Scorpio, Scorpio is about destruction and rebirth. They're what you call cleaning out, spring cleaning. Look, you ain't used it in 7 years.
You already know that. We was taught that, you know, early in this conscious stuff. All right?
All right, it's a machine that you operate. Anything on the right is 32. So the body. So this body right here is so significant of it. And as I told you before, when you see this number right here, when you see this,
Saturn will never give you more.
and take it to that level and be a mujahid, it become 7 is really for preparation. 7 doesn't mean, it could mean completion for all my people that believe in that, because God completed his work on the 7th day. But I'm gonna say that this Halloween situation, where we supposed to start out from, because as you go down to the 5th octave, you get you see that it's the torchbearer and the curse, because once you got the power, that in a bag of chips, you think you all that in a bag of chips, yo. You think.
And now that, you know, in the 7 to 8 years I've been gardening, I'm really grateful that, you know, they left me something to carry on. You know, this is going to be something very big in the future.
And Capricorn is very abrasive about it at times, you know, but we mean it from our heart. We really do. We really do. Aquarius. I just look at Aquarius as, man, what am I doing here? You know, they're like, you know, that's the best way. I mean, because it's the water bearer, and a lot of people think it's a water sign, and it's not. It's an air sign. You know, but they're like, what the? Actually, it's electricity, right? Yes, it's electricity. And they will use it, won't they? Yes. You know. So being around Aquarius, I like that, because sometimes when I get in my indolent stages where my confidence level go down, like especially if I'm writing a book, and I'll be like, ain't nobody gonna read this. I have my Aquarius friends that I can call that zap the energy in me, and I get right back up, and my confidence built up. So that's why I have Aquarius around me when I'm in my writing stages. Because they're honest, they tell you the truth. They be like, that sucks. Okay. You know, they won't say, well, you know, that's good. You know, just because they're my friend.
The word Messiah to me does not mean to wipe away, does not mean to wipe clean or none of that mess. It means one who is prepared for a battle, a warrior, literally consecrated for battle, ready, getting ready for war. All right, that's what a Messiah means to me, bro. All right, so has a Messiah ever existed?
Make sure you are there this Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the next bill.
Black and white on our people, their statuses and conditions. So we don't practice usury, even in our commercial.
Are the Moors free white people?
No, before you break that stuff down, What is your spirituality?
Well, you can go to the bank tomorrow and open up an Islamic interest, non-interest bearing account. What we have are the testimony of those who are now elders. I
It's
literally
not
just got to
scripted.
the office when I was racing to get here. Look in the Black's Law Dictionary, fourth edition, first to fourth edition, and you can Google this. Free white persons is defined as free white persons referred to in the Naturalization Act. Okay, why is that important? Why are they mention the Naturalization Act? So the Naturalization Act tells us that everybody that comes from another nation with their nationality is classified as white.
You a Messiah, bro. If anything you ever heard from me, I'm gonna say you a Messiah, bro. You a different statement, bro. You hear me? Keep on being a king. Keep on being a king, my brother. Yes, sir. The Messiah.
Okay, Saturn will never give you more than you can handle, but it will knock you the hell down. When you get in those periods where nothing seems to be going right, you get in the car and go somewhere there's traffic, then you go around the traffic, it's a manhole, it's a hole in the ground, then you get around that, it's something else. Saturn says sit down. Because when you first went outside to get in the car, your mind said, I should stay in the house today. And you didn't, so Saturn keeps going, poof, your heart hit it.
What's up? What's your salutations? Peace to the family. How y'all feeling? Make sure y'all can hear me pretty decent. While I set this up, what's going on with y'all? Peace to the Messiahs. 747-24/7, 361 degrees.
I was cruising, moving at 100 miles per hour. My thoughts faster than the speed of light. They got me feeling like Ray Charles when he dreaming about 2 minutes. Niggas doing left, I try to keep it right. Got a request from my woman, just keep it tight. Got a call on the phone, it was ringing the light. I'm in the matrix, stuck in the agents, trying to get the mic. Meditating, facing the sun like solar panels. My third eye steady shining like a glowing candle. Feeling like John the Baptist walking in the sandals. I'm in the desert like
shout out to you. You know who you are. Like, shout out. Let's say peace and love to all the Messiahs. What's going on, yo? Chime in, state your name, put it in the comment section. You are relevant. You are relevant. So, let me make sure I can hear it pretty decent. Alright. So, wow, where should I go? So the title of this, I called it Expressions of the Heart. And I'm gonna be reading some stuff from The Secrets of Law. It's a book that will be published pretty soon. I'm just getting the final copies or the final edits done on the book. So look for that book to be dropping pretty soon. Yeah. The title of this is Expressions of the Heart, man.
just want to say a couple things from my heart, from me to you. For everybody that's watching, you know, anybody that's going through certain challenges in life, you know, you have to have determination, strength, and you can't give up. Put it that way. You can't give up on yourself. The things that you know that are right in your heart, you can't give up on these things, yo. All right? That's an expression of the heart. You know, one thing about the heart, they place the heart on the left side of the body. But if you notice the planet is on a tilt. So more or less, when you move throughout life, you become balanced because of the tilt of the world and the tilt of your heart. So you remain balanced in between the two. But what's so deep about the heart is that at the center of the heart, you got hemoglobin. And the hemoglobin at the center of the hemoglobin is iron. So iron is ferromagnetic. We have a lot of the metals that are on the planet, they're inside of us. And a lot of those metals that are ferromagnetic, they also help us create a polarity around us, which is 3 to 9 feet. All right, but what's so deep about where I was going with that iron is that this is almost like a dwarf star. What's up, Chocolate Gold? Peace, Messiah. See, this becomes like a dwarf star within you. If you notice the Dogons of Mali, right? They're a lot of their ceremonies, they go around, they center around, you know, Cyrus A, Cyrus B, but these are dwarf stars. You know what I mean? Like, they're dwarf stars. So why would the dwarf star be relevant in this conversation? See, the dwarf actually represents a concentrated force. If you notice, going back to ancient Egypt, Bes, the deity that they call Bes, you know, he actually protected the children, the women and the children, actually, Bes. But he was a dwarf deity. This is where they got the mystical Santa Claus from, or the Santa Claus story from. Because if you look at Bes actually resembles, or Santa Claus resembles Bes. All right, the pot belly. Only thing is, Bes is short. That's where they get the dwarf stories from. And also, Bes, he has a workshop. So that workshop is associated with the fire. You know, because they'll show Bes coming out the fire. I can show little pictures of this, you know, but I'm just breaking down a certain analogy so we can assimilate this conversation to why would I call this video expressions of the heart, you know. And I just want to relate this to challenges that everyone is going through. In some sort of way, you got to find a peaceful resolve, man. A way in between. I don't think you are always going to be right or you're always going to be wrong. But at some point, you got to figure out how to meet in between the two, where what needs to be done is done. Period. Okay. Now I said that I was going to read something from the Secrets of Law, and I will do that for everyone. I also will put some stuff in the comment section for the people that's watching on the YouTube, the Facebook, everywhere. So this
the Secrets of the Lost Angels, this book, this would be Master Key Application 1213. All right. Each book that is written within the Messiah Code movement is called the Master Key Application. Why? Because it's applicable to your reality. Just simple as that. You gotta utilize it. It's not just about reading something. It's about applying it to your life. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's really all about. Real talk. So yeah, but in this book, the Secrets of Law is really the Secrets of the Lost Angels. I'm gonna say it like that, just to keep it basic for everyone, so you'll kind of get an understanding of where I'm coming from on this. This would be the Secrets of the Lost Angels. Okay. Now, if we want to break down angels, what does angels mean? I mean, you got. I don't mean naked babies, Greek babies with wings. No, I'm not talking about those type of angels or Cupid or anything like that. I'm just talking about angels as being angelos or messenger, Malak. Or yeah, these were messengers. That's all. Now you can associate it with any type of whatever reality that you want. That's up to you. But this book is symbolic of so many things. All right. First, I'll bring you to this, and I only got probably about 15 minutes. I only want about 15 more minutes of your time. All right. This is called the body of the Messiah. All right. We all form this body. We all form this body right here. The 1 through 31. That's what it is. The 1 through 31. So why you say that? Because if you choose, like if I ask you to tell me your birthday, it's between the 1 and 31 number. You might say, well, that's according to the Gregorian calendar. Yes, it is. But we got to think about the world, not just think about yourself. You know, because once the world is synchronized on time, it actually creates a network. You know, they actually have a protocol associated with your computers, which is network time protocol. That's why your which is NTP, network time protocol. That's why your clocks are all synchronized, because it's just a protocol of synchronization. Okay. Shout out to Charmaine. Peace to all the Messiahs. Please share the video as well. Facebook, YouTube, wherever you at, please share the video. Thank you. Look at this. So that's why it's not that we associated ourselves with Pope Gregory the 13th, even though 13 so happens to be a significant number. And he changed time in the month of October. Like he brought the calendar out in the month of October. All right. So realize this. It was a couple vortexes, a couple things going on in that day and time for him to change the time. But it's not about that. It's about the synchronization of what we are on right now. And that's why I said the 1 through 31. 1, 3, 1. And that's the sacred name and the sacred number, which is LML. Lamel. All right? The network. Shout out to Sister Robin, all the Messiah Code, all stars. Okay? So yes, we actually formed this body called the Messiah. Yeah. If he told you to get back on it, that means he cared about you. Because one thing that you realize, if you read your book, sis, yo, man, it's a character in this book. I didn't give her a name. You know why I didn't give her a name? She's in this book, right? She's at the beginning of the book. Look, Is she not in the beginning of the book?
Oh yeah.
Master key combination 131 memorandum. The Messiah Code. Verse 1. The Messiah Code is an archive of information that is and has been and will be moving throughout the mainframe for an eternity of what we call time and space. Verse 2. The greater consciousness of thought, the hard drive of self-awareness. How can I explain what the Codex is? Verse 3. A combination of all matter and antimatter. In actuality, you can consider it a combination of all things. We call this the network, the tone of the universe. Verse 4. The greater perception of reality, tapping into the frequency of the ever-living to become a master student, so you can become a master teacher. Verse 5. This means that you have to base your life upon learning. It is no day or no minute you are not in the realm of learning. Every aspect that you will learn throughout this program will be a point in a geometrical shape that you will create in a pathway of life, coming back to the source. Verse 6. When you move from point A to point B, back to point C, back to point A, you actually create a geometrical shape, or what we call a dimensional reality. The sigil of destination, the progress of learned behavior. Verse 7. You are a Messiah type, leader or savior of a particular group or cause, and never let anyone tell you different. That means you have to step up to the plate and be a leader. Verse 8. Show perseverance in what you do and diligence in the things you dream to be. The idea of this is to tap into your uniqueness. Yes, you are unique, and know the special qualities that you possess as a Messiah type genealogy. Verse 9. Now Messiah can be applied in many ways. Throughout the course of your journey, learning the Messiah Code, you will learn the cycles of 1 through 31. This is a symbolic clock of time, measuring the cycles between 1 and 31 as the Alpha and Omega principle. Verse 10. These are the building blocks of Messiahship, and every block represents a degree in the temple that you are building. It represents the foundational keys to open the doors of a monumental temple. Verse 11. You have to make the foundation strong, so when the storm comes, you will not be shaken. Verse 12. The mind, the body, the soul are all aspects of the temple. All three are one. 131. Verse 13. The threefold reality that you will tap into, and the greatest tools that you will have will be that of the Messiah Code to decipher reality, rewrite the mainframe consciousness, learn the code, know the code, and be the Codex. Verse 16. And if one is able to take his or her quest to the next level, they will become what they truly are, the Messiah or hero of their world. And with the power of great leadership, we will be able to save the planet. Verse 17. The Codex is one of the greatest tools that you will be able to utilize in your life. It's just up to you to know that you are great. It is up to you to tap into the power that you have. Verse 18. The Messiah Code is a motivational tool, but at the end of the day, it is all about self, and that's where this journey is leading. Verse 19. The greater you and the greater destiny of what you are becoming and growing to be, the inner being. Verse 20. The one that is calling out to the outer world. The only way to escape the matrix is to be called, and you must know your calling, your purpose in life. Verse 21. We are more alike and this is the template designed to formulate one's own stance on reality itself. Verse 22, this is the Messiah Code. Become the Messiah you already are. Become a great person. Become what you truly are, and never let anyone stop you from transforming the ideas that you have inside yourself. This is the greatest thing that you have, which is your creativity. Verse 23, the Messiah Code is not related to astrology or numerology. It is a mainframe consciousness compared to that which you would consider to be a computer. Verse 24, there is no more Christianity, there is no more Islam, there is no more Judaism, there is no more numerology, there is no more Buddhism. It is only the network. Verse 25, it is a code that is updated every second, every minute, every hour, anything you can consider to be time itself. It is essentially data. Data is another word for DNA. Data. Verse 26. So when you look at the code, you got to apply it as heroic qualities about yourself. Verse 27. Now we break down every number from 1 through 31. And they have a special quality and recognition to the reality that we are living. But what you must understand truly is that your mind is the computer that is tapping into the greater computer, which is the source, the architect. Construct your goals of happiness. Verse 28. If you want to call this God, the architect is the one that creates the plan for the building, and we are building right now. Verse 29. The Most High God is the architect for the plan of the building, the temple of the spiritual body, the shell. Verse 30. It has been called by many names throughout time. Now we call it the Messiah Code, or Codex, the mainframe consciousness that is linked to the mental reservoir. Verse 31. What we call the source, or any other name considered to be a verb, action, movement, and progress, is an example of what the Messiah Code is.
I talk about the game. I talk about life as a game. The fact that we might be somewhere, because we're all one, connected. We might be somewhere playing a game, just like now people are here, there, and everywhere, and they're playing these the games they play. Right. They're trying to, just won $3 million playing a game somewhere. So we're somewhere playing games that we have established and don't know we actually set the parameters of the game. And that part of the task of how to win the game is to, one, remember that you're in a game, two, that you wrote the game, and three, what was your escape plan? Do you agree with that? The Messiah. Wow, we are sitting here together doing a simulcast.
Hello. Welcome, everyone.
Welcome.
Want to pick up these microphones?
Yes, we can. We'll get a
Peace to everybody. My fault. Let me set up a little bit of invites on my channel. Peace to everyone that support Miss Dr. J. Dr. J.
Yeah. Peace. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in.
I'm feeling real good. You can tell it's real good energy.
I am with my dear brother, and I'm going to call him a son, too.
You can call me that. You can
call him a son, Lazarus Lamel. Many of you have followed him as he has journeyed far and near.
Yes, ma'am.
And we are sitting here together on this day of the sun. And we want to talk about some interesting stuff. It's going to be a combination. I think you want to kind of interview me, and I'm gonna kind of interview. We're gonna just kind of discuss some things because the question that I posed about who is the returning Messiah. I'm pretty sure.
My question is this. All right, who are you in reference to your journey?
Wow, a lot of people don't know that they're on a journey. I have gone through various levels of spirituality. The most prominent one being achieved the level of pastor, apostle, and pastor, and to lead a congregation, to then have what I would consider an awakening that occurred in December of 2010 that disrupted, which was a major shift. Any shift leaves aftermath. So just like when you have an earthquake, when you come after the earthquake, then you got rubble to an extent, you got damage. But in my case, the awakening and the shift caused me to see things from a different perspective spiritually. I saw a broader spirituality than what my religious training and believing I had. So I was given a mandate to reawaken minds, and so I didn't know what that entailed. But along the journey, people like yourself came here to the house of reawakening minds. For a while, I was still standing up on this platform that they call a pulpit, and I was still teaching from that on a weekly basis on Sundays to a new group of people who would consider themselves Afrocentric and enlightened at that extent. But I was giving it was spiritual but non-religious twist on things that were practical. There's a lot of practical, moral information in the scripture. So, and it's still relevant to this day. But the problem is, when you teach it to people in an inerrant way, that does not give people the fact that there's allow people the knowledge that there's allegory in there. There are fables and mythology, so to speak, and then there's reality. There's always a twist of the things that seem outrageous normally are the real things, and the things, vice versa.
All right.
So that's what it did for me. It opened me up to see a larger spiritual reality.
So let me get this. So in this, it was two different flocks coming here.
Not at the same time. Not at the same time. No, the the original congregation had left, and there were maybe about 3 or 4 of them who were remaining, but those were the ones that believed in the changes that had come upon me. Everyone else had gone. So the new people were more or less, like I said, more diasporan, Afrocentric.
Okay.
And so I was working and I knew a lot of them. I knew some of them prior. I'd known them years before. So they came kind of to help me because they found out the word got around that I had wakened. She woke.
She woke up.
She woke. And so they came, and actually they came at the time when I needed them.
So all right, you was a Christian in reference to when you considered to be woke, or what do you mean? As far as like you woke up, or what do they consider you to be woken when in reference to your journey? I don't know. So some people can I don't know. Because a lot of my people don't know who you are. Like you are a real prominent leader in the community. Maybe I know who you are, but in reference to your journey, what do you consider to be awakened? Because they might be somebody.
When you get out of the box, when you realize that there is a box. Now we know, and you were talking about last night on your live, and we were talking about. I think I posted it. Was it Exodus 13:12?
Yes, ma'am.
So, which talks about the matrix, or that everything that verses forth or something out of the matrix belongs to creator. Yes. So the matrix is the womb. That's right. And there are good matrices, and then there are destructive matrices. At some point, you have to be birthed and born out of the womb. You cannot spend your life sucking off the, if you will, like if you saw the movie The Matrix and Neo was in that, where all kinds of that was indicative of being in the womb, but there has to be a breaking forth of that.
Okay.
And so for me, my awakening consisted of me breaking out of the lust, and even though it was nourishing for me while I was what I call, let me back up, I call amniotic fluid, y'all know me, I call it amnesia juice. So when we're in the womb, for those 9, 7, I had 7 month babies, so I say 7 to 9 months, we're being nourished in that juice, and we're being, we're rolling, we're floating around, and we're forgetting the original assignment, the reason why we incarnated this time. And so when you stay in the matrix, in the womb, you stay in a forgetful, not knowing state. Right. And so the birthing process has to do with coming into one's own opportunity to fulfill the assignment or the script, if you will, to play out the script that you have scripted prior to the incarnation. Right. But when you stay in the womb, you're being lulled into complacency and forgetfulness, and you're able to be influenced. Like I was saying to you before we went live, so many women don't realize how important it is that even when you're carrying a baby, the outside influences that affect the child when he or she is born, even though they had not yet broken forth from the matrix yet, they are being influenced. So if you stay in there, you're constantly at the behest, if you will, of everything that's being thrown at you. So we got media, we got religion, with dogma. Nothing wrong with religion, but dogma and all of the things that the manipulation that is thrown at society in order to subject. So when you awaken, you are cognizant of that. And while you may not be able to 100% defeat it, awareness is key. The fact that you know puts you in a different place, puts you at an advantage to those that are at an unknowing disadvantage. I say unknowing because they don't even know that they're in it. Wow. So once you know you're in it, at least you have a fighting chance. Not only to help yourself, but to help others.
Okay. But yeah, man, this is, I feel as though we should have healthy conversations. We should talk about knowledge.
Indigo.
Mimi,
And Indigo.
I didn't say this in a long time. Let me do it. For the people, drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. We got a Messiah Code All-Star in the house. It is shout out to Jamila. Messiah Code All-Star.
They're taking us away from that with various different condensed versions of God's word that they call the 66 books, known as the King James Version of the Bible. All right, Shakespeare, of course, we already know that. We was taught that, early in this conscious stuff. All right, but just
how will we do, and what can we do to make this better? All right, the only thing I can say is this: for whatever or wherever you stand at, that's why this is called the Messiah Code movement. Spiritual conscious evolution for future technology. Wherever you stand at, you must be a Messiah. Because a Messiah is a leader or a savior of a particular group or cause. All right? So you must, wherever the immediate environment from which you live, you must change it. You must figure out ways to change it. Do different things in the community to make the degree of change that you want, instead of asking or waiting for somebody to do it. All right, you do it yourself, and you combine with the forces with those that are in like-minded, like yourself, and do what's necessary to make that change. Just keep it real, and that's for all the messiahs that support the movement. So I broke y'all down from 3. All right, 3, which is contemplative thought, All right, and then I took y'all to 15, which is the throat box, but essentially it's the spoken word that comes from the throat box. And it also represents the necklace, that which is next, or that which is connected or close to your heart. All right. So this is something that we are all learning. You know what I mean? Just to connect up closer to that which is on our heart, or those that vibrate on the same heart frequency as us. All right. So moving forward, you got the 26. Today's the 26 as well. Now you say, well, what does the 26 have to do with this, Lamel? Well, the 26 actually represents the keys. All right. Now you say, well, what keys are those? These are the keys towards opportunity, greatness. All right. So when you look at the reflection of the sun today, which is the circle, okay, because you got three images when it comes to sacred geometry. When you designate reality for the calendar, you got the square, the triangle, and then you got the circle. So the circle represents the world, and then the world is, you say my necklace is a dream catcher. Yeah, the necklace could actually represent the dream catcher as well. It can represent the form of a dream catcher. That is correct. It can represent that as well. All right. But you know, the number 26, moving forward, the number 26 represents opportunity. It represents the keys. When the keys come to the door, because remember, I said we was at contemplative thought, which was the number 3. But moving forward, the last number is the number 26. It's the number 26, which is the key. It's the key to open that door. You at the crack of the door, right? You at the crack of the door. But listen, now you got the key. If you close that door, you can open that door back up, which is opportunity. All right. You can open that door of opportunity. So the number 26, which is the 26th letter, is the letter Z's, or it would be the letter keys. It would be known as the letter keys, or Z's. All right. That's the 26th letter, Z's. Now, also, you know what I mean? When you look at the letter Z, when you look at the letter Z, what you would see is this. You'll see the fact that the letter Z has a vibratory rate at the 26th designation, but it also represents the 26,000 years of procession that we are in the Milky Way. As far as us moving around or within the Milky Way, that's what it represents as well. Okay. Now, the Milky Way is the celestial cow from which we are nurtured from. That's where we get our real sustenance, our real milk from. The real celestial cow. All right. They called her Hathor. The principle is Hathor. You know what I mean? Now you can go back to Egypt and say, man, Hathor, or Hathor, and then say, and gravitate towards the deity. But it would be better to gravitate more or less towards the principle. All right? Because if you think about Hathor represents the house of the Messiah, where the Messiah resides. So where does the Messiah reside? The Messiah resides in these days and times. It resides within that cluster, these clusters of stars, billions of them, which we call the Milky Way. That's where the Messiah resides. This is the house. And the universe is the mansion. The universe is the mansion. For real. And that's what it's truly all about. Yo, and we growing as a movement. It's so many things that I need y'all to know that what's going on, especially like with this Halloween situation. With this Halloween situation, you might say, well, why are you wearing the color orange all of a sudden? Now, it's definitely a degree of thought of why we are connected with the color orange at this point in time. First of all, the color orange gives you energy. It gives you vitality. Also, what this color orange, it represents the times of harvest, or the festivals of harvest, which the color orange resides over. Okay? You have
various other colors that reside over the festivals of harvest as well. All right, far as the color green and red, also they have a manifestation within it. Gold also has a manifestation within these times. Or you consider that to be orange, gold, or the same thing. You know, so yes, moving forward, the 26th. So we broke down the date of today, which is 3/15/26, in the Codex. Now you might say, where do you get these times from, Lamel? Well, we came out of the age of Aquarius. Unfortunately, for a lot of y'all, of Pisces, excuse me, and we have came into the age of Aquarius. We have came out of the age of Pisces. Hear me out again. Excuse me. We have came out of the age of Pisces, and we have come into the age of what y'all consider to be Aquarius. Now, if y'all came into a new age, rightfully speaking, if y'all came into a new age, my question is, why didn't y'all receive a new calendar? Why y'all never received the new calendar? If y'all knew we came into a new age, why we in particular never received a new calendar? And if many religious thoughts, spiritualities, they connect up with the 7 days or the 7 layers of creation, right? Why isn't the calendar that we follow, which is 365 days, why isn't it evenly divisible by 7? Look, we got to get everyone back on this 7. Why would you say that? Because think about this. If we practice holidays, right, our calendar, it connects with the number 7. Like, for instance, we have 14 months in our calendar, 392 days in our calendar, as opposed to 365. You might say, what do you mean 365? It's 365 days, Lamel. Well, in actuality, we deal with cycles. All right, just letting y'all know. We deal with the cycles of things. Excuse me. I see these robots coming in again. But we deal with the cycles of things rather than worrying about what is going around the sun in a 365-day period. Shout out to Sister Tamisha in the building. I see you. Peace, Queen. Shout out to the robots trying to come in the video as well. Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry. I had to block him real quick. You know how it is, man. Hear me out. It's 392 days in our calendar, which is 14 times 28, which is evenly divisible by 7, if you break it down. Now, what's so significant about the fact that it's 392 days in our calendar, and it represents a cycle rather than a solar year, all right? We don't worship the sun. The sun that we worship is, or that we find ourselves to give more reference to, is the sun within. All right? Even though that sun without is, or that's outside of us, it's just a representation of the sun that's within us. The Messiah Code. listen, hear me out. When you deal with the Messiah code, when you study the Messiah code, you're dealing with the archetype of numbers. All right. Now we're talking about the journey of the Messiah. Now the Messiah is taking a journey within himself or within herself. You feel me? Just like you taking a journey within yourself. kalon fi pa fatu shafatu ya fatu ile kulan fi do tawahat li hayo li hayo el padu walu li hayo el padu walu li hayo el padu walu Lihayu hamut. Ilapatu alu. Lihayu hamut. Ilapatu alu. Ini kulene fino. Nawa liashu. Liashu hamut. Ilapatu alu. Liashu hamut. Ilapatu alu. Liashu hamut. Ilapatu alu. Ini kulene fino tawali razignat. Ini kulene fino tawali sabut. Ini kulene fino tawali razignat. Ini kulene fino tawali sabut. Menuntun sabut. Ayo letak mensi sabut fi pasabu minulat. Nubi masuk mula. Surfi menuntun sabut. Nubi tahu ya tahu masuk akung. Kami dua entertain lihat. Dok kami dua entertain lihat. Saboti. Dok kami dua entertain lihat. Jusha yu ora entertain baru. Nubi tahu ya tahu masuk akung. Kami ukur. Silakum karfa yung tahu. Nuk tahu ajudan. Nuk tahu ajudan. Nuk tahu ajudan. Shua Musa. Kum. Another Huey P. Newton.
Yes, it's going to be somebody. It's going to body steal. Brother, there's going to be somebody greater than Malcolm X, greater than Bobby Seals, because all energy is constant. It changes forms, brother. You can't destroy energy. You see? So yes, we're going to have that Messiah that come amongst us again. Yes, I believe that. I know that. I ain't going to say I believe it.
Because you know the direction that each corner leads you. See, today is the day of the destiny knower. Because the number 8, if it gives you direction, the number 1 represents harukment or movement, or how you move. But it also represents knowledge, which is the foundation of all things, a clear and certain perception of information learned by one's ability of looking, listening, and observing. This is all in your lessons. Master your lessons. That's it. If you master your lessons, let me tell you something. You'll master yourself. Each degree, each number, each position represents a position that you take within yourself to know yourself.
You were born inside a square but raised by a system shaped like a cube. Everything you've been taught to believe your name, your race, your God was programmed inside a six-sided illusion. The cube is not a myth, it is a prison of your perception. We counted 12 living boxes, dying coffins, work in square buildings. But inside you there is a resonance, a geometric code, longing to break free. You can learn how to free yourself from the cube. Lazarus Lamel of the Messiah Code movement.
The Messiah Code. only do this once a year. We only do this once a year. Harlem, stand up. We only do this once a year. Shout out to all the queens, all the kings. It's a spirit that's here in Harlem. That's what people don't understand. It's a spirit. We greet each other like that. Here in Harlem. That's how we greet each other. Gods, goddesses, queens, kings. That's what you get in Harlem. Power to the people for real. What up? Okay. You got something to say to the people? What you got something to say? What you got? Wow, man, you got something special underneath that. You a Messiah, bro. If anything you ever heard from me, I'm gonna say you a Messiah, bro. You a different man, bro. You hear me? He wants to be the king, my brother. Yes, sir. Cool. A Messiah code. Messiah code. Messiah code.
Machine that you operate. All right, it's a machine that you operate. Anything on the right side, it operates like a machine. So your moral compass operates like a machine. A well-oiled machine, how should I say? Shout out to the priestess. Shout out to Messiah Code All-Stars. Let me say this. All the Messiah Code All-Stars, I see y'all in the building. Shout out to Felicia. Messiah Code All-Stars. Shout out to High Priestess. What's up? Of course, shout out to Queen Kenya. I'm here. Shout out.
Marigolds actually help with insects. If you have a candy, have some marigolds right around it, and it will help with insects.
Hold up, say that again.
Because they go with mosquitoes as well. Wait, that's why. Citronella go with mosquitoes, I tell you.
Right. The thing was, I wanted to be organic, so I kind of didn't use too much of, bug repellent.
That's the Walu, which is divine manifestation or collective consciousness. That's us moving as one. All right. So when life throws you challenges, when the path isn't straight, the need teaches you to adjust without losing balance. In ancient Kemet, the elders believed that flexibility wasn't just physical; it was mental and spiritual. To be flexible in thought means to be open to new perspectives. Come on, man. To question what you know and to be willing to grow beyond your current understanding. 14 and 14 is 28. All right, this is silence. But we won't go back there into the 3 dots. Time started over 2017. You measure everything by ones and zeros. When Moses came down from the mountain, he had 10 commandments. 10 command keys. A lot of the Hebrews say what? He had 613 commandments. You still add that. That still adds to 10. 613 adds to 10. Now you got 361 degrees in a circle. For anybody that studied ancient Egypt, they should know this. They should know everything starts off with a dot. I told you that. So when you draw a circle, you're supposed to use the compass. And when you use the compass, you set it down first to what? To create the dot. The perfect circle. You get what I'm saying? Which equals 361 degrees, which is the same thing, 10, the combination key to unlock. It's over 4,000 years old. And I have this pottery on my headdress. And I'm going to tell you something deep. When I touched the pottery, it made me feel a certain type of way. Because when I'm writing this book right now, if y'all to know, I'm writing Charlotte Rise Up. This is what I'm doing. I'm writing Charlotte Rise Up. But yo, I just hold the pottery. Like for me to download the information, all I do is just hold the pottery, and I get a feeling of where it's been. That's called psychometry. When you're able to hold a basket object in a certain type of way, and you can feel its journey. Man, I can feel the journey of my ancestors when I touch that object. The main thing that we did in this cleansing is stop sugar. And then a lot of y'all said, well, I'm going to stop eating sugar. Well, I'm going to eat caffeine then. And then y'all realize that caffeine is not in the diet as well. It's not in the cleanse, so you can't just be jacked up.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? So back again, it always been I would say, a trail or breadcrumbs more or less to lead us back to the Messiah. And I'm utilizing the numbers 1, 3, 1 once again. Right? Back again. Lamel would be I am L. You realize that the pain runs so deep with the people when you try to cut with the scalpel, you can't cut too deep because you can't, like, literally, you'll kill the people. So they had to give you something more precise than a scalpel in order to take the poison or pain away from the people. And that was Lazarus, or laser. Lasers are us. All right? That's the next weapon you was given as a Messiah. You was given the lasers are us. The laser. Because the only thing that can cut more precise than a scalpel is a laser. All right? So you was upgraded with technology. And you might say, well, how is this relevant in these days and times? Because, again, as holy as it seems when we want to get to nature, we cannot have nature without technology. We are in a new age what is considered to be new information. All right? And y'all call it Aquarius. A lot of people call it Aquarius. But this is the new age of what they call information. Man, I need a job. I need some sustenance. I need some real sustenance. But everybody walking past God's shop. Everybody walking past God's shop and they got that help wanted sign out. Come on, y'all. People walking past, it's like, yo, oh man, you know what? God don't pay that much. I don't want to work for God. God don't really, he don't pay that much. But God rewards plenty. Like, God rewards you in, like, rewarding riches, if anything I can say. Like, it's like priceless. It's a priceless sustenance of what I feel that God provides. But people walk past, God's shop and say, you know what? I know it's a help wanted sign. I was looking for a sign. I walked past. I said, yo, I'm thinking, I'm praying to God. I said, God, show me a sign. And the moment I said that, God showed me a help wanted sign. And when he showed me that help wanted sign, all I did was, what? Keep it moving. I walked past God's shop. But I'm going to tell you today, it's another sign that God is showing a lot of people, which is a stop sign. Like, really, like God, you become a mujahid. You know why you become a 7? But a mujahid, for all my mujahids in here, that's trying to take it to that level and be a mujahid. You become a spiritual warrior. It's called a mujahid. 7 is really for preparation. 7 doesn't mean completion. It could mean completion for all my people that believe in that, because God completed his work on the 7th day. But I'm gonna say this: 4 point, this is when you're getting on your knees for God, man. Like, this is when you got the power, man. After the power, after all that, you got the power and you got the gift and the curse. You realize one thing: you got to get on your goddamn knees for God, yo. You got to be like this. And this is real talk. This is real talk. You got to get on your knees, man. You got to get on your knees. You got to get on your knees, yo. You got to get on your knees. When you get on your knees, you got to pray, man. You got to pray. You got to pray. Because when you in prayer, that's the 7. And this is an emoji right here. I told y'all earlier, this is an emoji. This is an emoji. This doesn't represent a scare beetle. For all y'all Egyptians lovers. It's not a scared beetle at all. It represents somebody in prayer. So when you're in prayer, when you take in prayer, you on four. You on four like a baby. You come in like a baby. And then look at this. When you become an old man, you walk on three. Because you walk on two legs in a cane. Because you realize something. You realize one thing. You realize one thing. You realize one thing.
And a lot of relationships end because we don't know astrology. We don't know, ourselves. A lot of relationships can make it, And, that's what astrological counseling is all about. Okay, Venus. Oh, my beautiful, beautiful Venus. Lucifer. Okay, that's the original name for Venus. It was called Lucifer, the illuminated one. Okay, the morning star and the evening star. In Isaiah 14, when he says that, oh, how thou hast fallen, O Lucifer, he's talking about Venus standing parallel with the moon. It ain't got nothing to do with some angel named Satan falling out the sky. I got kicked out. No, it's a conjunction. Okay? And when Venus is standing high, it happens every 7 years. When Venus is standing high like that, that's when your greed comes out. Everybody. You're greedy. Your greed come out. If you ain't conscious and stable, that's when your greed come out. It happens to all of us.
Clear your mind. Remember, clear your mind. Focus. Focus on something that is positive in your life. Focus on love. Focus on joy. Focus on happiness. All right? We're about to do this. Are you ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Breathe in. Hold it. Breathe it out. Breathe in. Breathe it out. Come on, breathe it out. Breathe it in. Breathe in the happiness. Breathe in the peace. Breathe it all in. Share it with your family. Share it with the world. Share it. Now I count to 3. I want y'all to say cool and stomp your feet. 1, 2, 3. Boom. All right. Thank you. I want to say thank you, Universal Force. Thank you for allowing us to be here together as a family across the cosmos, across the world. Everybody here at the Universal feeling of joy, happiness, and love. Please allow us to acquire that feeling in our life, that we will be able to share this not only with our family, but with the world that we share. And with all your heavenly names, I say amen, amen, and amen. Cool. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, my brothers. God bless you. Thank you, my brothers. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Speak. Thank you, my brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to say you are a king. I want to say you are a queen. I want to say you are an empress. You are a messiah. I want to say that. So whoever's in here, share the video. Let it be done. Everything in your life, let it be done. Everything that you truly want and desire in your life, let it be done at this moment. Stop fighting. Stop fighting it. Embrace it. I want you to say, I am. I am love. I am success. Say it right now. Cool. For anybody in here who don't know what cool means. Cool is the light that strikes your heart. It strikes your mind. And the expression is thunder. Cool. You hear that? You hear that? Cool. I want to tell you, you are a messiah. This is what they try to deny. This is everything that they try to elude you from. The principles that guard the universe are connected with the Messiah. I am. When it comes to peace, I am the Messiah. When it comes to love, I am the Messiah. When it comes to mercy, I am the Messiah. When it comes to forgiveness, I am the Messiah. Do you know who you are? Embrace it. See, it's a lot of stuff. I'm gonna tell y'all, it's a lot of debates about religion. It's a lot of debates about spirituality. It's only one true principle in the universe. That's love, homie. That's love, no matter where you go. It's love. This is something that we must embrace as a people. That's a fact, Jack. This is something that we must embrace as a Messiah. As the Messiah, what do we have? We have how many weapons as a Messiah? 7 weapons. We have 7 weapons as a Messiah. Do you not know your weapons? Yes or no? If you do not know your weapons, see, let me tell you something. They call you gods. They call you kings. They called you queens. They called you empresses. I call you a Messiah. Difference makers. Leaders or saviors of particular groups or causes. Do you hear me? Do you know your 7 weapons as a Messiah? Pick them up. Pick them up. The rod, you must pick it up. You must be ready to be chastised as a rod. Picking a rod up. Utilizing it at any moment. As you pick up the rod, from there you get the staff. Because why? After you being chastised, you have to lead people. You get a staff of people. And that staff represents leadership. So you have to be an example to the people. You can't just be talking what you're saying. You can't just saying whatever you're saying out your mouth. You gotta be living it. Do you understand that? Messiah, God, Goddess, King, Queen, Empress. Do you understand? Understand? So understand. So you get the rod and you get the staff. The staff is for leadership. It's to show that you're an example to the people. After that, you get the arrow. Because you say, well, why do I get the arrow before the bow? Because you know the bow comes next. Why do I get the bow? Why do I get the arrow before the bow, Lamel? Well, where the to lead the people? Where are you going to take the people? You got the staff of people and you showing them what to do, but where are you going to take them? You need an arrow. You need a right thing to take these people. So you get the arrow as your 3rd weapon, as a Messiah. Share the video. Share the video. Share the video. For all the Messiahs in here. The 4th weapon is the bow. And like I said, all of y'all wanted the bow in your hand. You wanted the bow in your hand. The bow goes on your neck, so you can be able to shoot the bird from your neck, from your throat box. So you can be able to shoot the right words from your throat box to the people. So you can be able to shoot the right words. That's why the bow tie or the bow is on your neck. The bow is not placed in your hand as a Messiah. You got 4 weapons now. You got 4 weapons. You ready for war? Because a Messiah is one who is anointed for war, who is preparated for battle. Nothing less. Messiah. Ain't no punks in here. Ain't no punks in this Messiah stuff. You ain't signed up for none of that. So you got 7 weapons. I gave you 4. I gave you 4 weapons right now. You ready to slay somebody? Or you ready to kick some ass? Or what? Are you ready to kick the devil's ass or what? Now you got 4 weapons. You laced up. You got the bow. You got the staff. You got the rod. You got the staff. You got the arrow. You got the bow. You know the next weapon. You already know the next weapon. I'm about to night y'all. Give you the sword so you cut somebody up. But the thing is, I'm not going to give you the sword that you thought I was going to give. So you can go be a killer. I'm going to give you a scalpel. Another double-edged sword for you. So you can be a healer instead of a killer. So you can learn instead of the wrong way. Facts. That's why I'm gonna give you this scalpel. I'm gonna give you a little bit sword. It's a double-edged sword. And that scalpel, I'm gonna place it on your tongue. I'm gonna place the scalpel on your tongue. So you can cut people the right way instead of the wrong way. You hear me? Messiah. Messiah. Let's go. Moving forward, you got 5 weapons as a Messiah. You got the rod, you got the staff, you got the arrow, you got the bow, you got the sword, which is the scalpel. Next you get what? Lasers are us. Lazarus. Yeah. You gotta upgrade your technology. I told people, the pain runs deep with us. Everything that we're going through right now, all the torment that we facing, the pain is running deep with the people. You need Lazarus. You all need Lazarus. We all need to be resuscitated. We all need to be brought back to life in some form of fashion. We all need to be given life in some form of fashion. So lasers are us. Lasers are us. That's the only thing that can cut more precise than a scalpel. Is a laser. Ain't nothing cut more precise than that. There you go. Now you got 6 weapons. I told you. You got the rod. You got the staff. You got the arrow. You got the bow. You got the sword. So happens to be the scalpel, and you got what? The laser. Now you got the hammer. Then you say, LaMail, why do you give me the hammer as my 7th weapon? I give you the hammer because it's time for you to build community. It's time for you to rebuild relationships. It's time for you to mend the heart of the people. With that hammer, you can build anything that you want. And with that hammer, you can restore order in the community once again. Cool. Cool. And that's weird. They go get 7 weapons as a Messiah. Now you laced up. Yo, LaMail, why didn't you give me a shield? God is a shield, homie. You walk around with God. God laced up from head to toe. Ain't nothing can touch you if you got God. If you got God on you, laced up from head to toe. You say, oh, LaMail, how can I have God laced up on my toes, LaMail? Well, this is what you should be doing in the morning. You know, God, you can have my feet today. Take me in the right direction. Take me in the place I need to go today, God. I don't need my feet. God, you can have my eyes. I don't need my eyes. You can have them. I want to have foresight. I want to be given a vision. I want to be given a vision so I can give the people. God, you can have my eyes. Do you hear me? Whatever universal principle you call it, you need to lace yourself up from head to toe and say, you know what? You can have it. It ain't mine. You can have it. It's yours. Do you want it? Come take it. God, you can have my ears today. Open me up so I can hear the words of truth. So I can hear the truth. Open me up. God, you can have my heart. So I can love today. So I can love the way I'm supposed to love. Do you hear me? You need to lace yourself up with that universal principle that you consider to be God. Messiah. That's real talk. That's why you don't got a shield. This shield is laced up from head to toe. From head to toe. God, you can have my tongue. Let me speak the truth. God, you can have my nose. Let me smell the aroma of love. Because a lot of you have been desensitized to the smell of it. Like when you're in a room, you get desensitized to the smell that's in a room. You get desensitized to the smell of. God, you can have my nose. I want to smell the aroma of love again. You've been hurt so much you don't even know what love smell like. You've been trampled so much you don't know what real love smell like. God, I want to smell it. We are Messiahs. Simple and plain. Leaders, saviors of particular root causes wherever you are on the planet. Wherever you are on the universe, cool. We have been laced with everything that is needed to defeat the force of opposition. We have been laced with everything that is needed to defeat anything in our path. I want to hear nobody crying. I want to hear nobody crying about nothing. It's time to win. You hear me? Share the damn video. It's time to win. Cool. Boom. It's time to win. Ain't none of that other stuff. No excuses. When you wake up in the morning, tomorrow, you know what I want you to do? I want you to thank the universe. I want you to say, God, thank you for everything. The things that I see, the things that I don't see. Thank you for this breath that I'm breathing right now. Thank you. Thank you for me opening my eyes. Thank you. Thank you for my children. Thank you for the love I have. Thank you for the food I have. Thank you for the sustenance I have. And after you do all these things, I want you to go out and kick the devil's ass. After all these things, I want you to go out and kick the devil's ass. Do you hear? Cool. 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 The Messiah code. It represents the connection with God. Because what connects us with our God is knowing. That's why before you go in any temple, it says know thyself. It says know thyself. That's the knowledge. That's the knowledge. You understand? The eye is open. Wide open. So when you do that, that represents the 23. You see it? The number 23 in the Codex has the dot in the middle of it. It has a square that looks like this. That looks like a diamond with the dot in the middle. And people wonder, well, what was the dot? The dot was the eye. It was the eye. That's what the dot was in the number 23. But when you close it, it becomes this, the square. You know what I'm saying? And 23 was connected with wisdom. Remember, because the 23rd letter of the alphabet was W, and it also was connected with woman. Why the woman? Because the woman. And a lot of relationships end because we don't know astrology. We don't know, ourselves. A lot of relationships can make it, And, that's what astrological counseling is all about. Okay? Venus. Oh, my beautiful, beautiful Venus. Lucifer. Okay? That's the original name for Venus. It's called Lucifer, the illuminated one. Okay? The morning star, the evening star. In Isaiah 14, when he says that oh, how thou hast fallen, O Lucifer, he's talking about Venus standing parallel with the moon. It ain't got nothing to do with some angel named Satan falling out the sky, got kicked out. No, it's a conjunction. Okay? And when Venus is standing high, it happens every 7 years. When Venus is standing high like that, that's
come out. If you ain't conscious and stable, that's when your greed come out. It happens to all of us.
We're the third planet from the sun. We're the third planet from the sun, bro. You know what I mean? And all pianos was tuned into middle C until it got sped up to A minor. For anybody that knows about piano work, they know what I'm talking about. All pianos back in the day was tuned into middle C, and C is the third letter of the alphabet. Why? Because nature is attuned to C, because Earth is the third letter from the third planet from the sun. So you got the C note. That's where we're supposed to start out from. Because as you go down to the fifth octave, you get G, which is what? That's why you say G, because G and E are synonymous. You go into the fifth octave, it's G, but the fifth letter of the alphabet is E. That's why you say G, Jesus, G, because they're synonymous. It's telling you a tone that you got to get into. I just want to adjust the reality of that question, man. Because you got to know what is a simulated reality, what's real from fake. Y'all got to test people around y'all to see if they are programmed. I'm going to say this. I'm tuned in. You damn right. Thank you, Lord Boo. You need to test people around you. Now, I did a simple test for y'all. I said, I tested to see if y'all was human. Like, let me tell you something. You got to test people around you and see if they're human. Because it's like you've been programmed so much that you're not no longer human. No more. A human emphasizes or improvises. Like A human deals with improvision. A human doesn't deal with everything on time. It doesn't work. Life doesn't work like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why Jesus said, you know what? I'll be there in a little while. Or I'll come shortly. Because he ain't going to tell you the time he come, because nobody controls time. Like, nobody has that asphyxiation on time. It grows and it moves and expands and it contracts. Just like a woman having a baby, giving birth to reality.
You put a lot of knowledge and people use that information and they don't give them that credit. Like somebody put in there to get funny now. Yo, that's what
My question is this though. Will you think there ever be another Malcolm X? One day I still love you. Like, I'm keeping it real. We've been doing this 90-day water fasting cleansing for 81 days. Now we're going to do the mathematics on this. 9 times 9 equals what?
81.
Okay. How many? What is 8 plus 1?
9.
How many days we got left of the cleansing?
9.
That's 9 to the ninth power.
Yes.
That's when we embrace what is considered to be the body of the Messiah. Now you might say, how is that, Lamel? All right, if I ask you, what's your birthday? Right? For instance, what's your birthday, brother?
April 6th.
April 6th. So April 6th would be 4/6. All right? So 4 would be the month, and 6 would be the day. So the month or moon and measure are almost the same thing. They're synonymous. So, and then you got the day, which represents the sun. So we are taught to measure by the sun and the moon. All right? Boom. The cycles of the sun and the moon. Let me tell you something about that cracked egg. Like the egg that cracks from the inside becomes ever living. Like it becomes ever living. You got to be that egg that cracks from the inside. See, the egg that cracks from the outside, it dies out. It dies. You can't let the pressures of life crack you, literally. You can't let the things that's going on, the challenges, whatever that's going on, situation, you can't let it crack you. That's the outside force that cracks the egg. All right? But when you think about the internal force that cracks the egg and explodes from within to without, all right? Literally, it becomes the ever-living force that it is destined to be. And I'm telling you to be the egg that explodes or cracks from the inside.
Son at the studios.
Send away what you heard about Netter TV. If you're conscious while you're hating, cause some of us think too small, just too afraid to fall. If you're conscious, send away what you know that the studio is easy.
Peace. Like my family, welcome to another side. Another TV. That's the connection. Sound in the studio. Black News 102. Sound another university. You already know how we doing this, man. I got my brother up in the building. You know, this is the brother that, yo, we do it for the people. You already know what it is. We get the brother's up in there. Oh, this is my brother that's Mel in the building. This is his new slam and jam. He's ready to come out. He just came in the rough edges a little bit. But so going on this day right here. Rough, rough. You already know. This is gonna be fun. For him and Rough Profit. When they finish this joint, I'm gonna get it. So awesome. Like, how would you do my brother?
I'm good. It's a blessing to be in the building. It is a blessing.
Man, how long? When was the last time you hit? It was 2 years ago?
It was 2 years ago. Yeah,
wow.
we was putting in work. I think we was doing that video with you with the mayor.
Right.
You was going against the mayor or something like that.
Right.
That was
talking to Mike. Bring the mic down.
Tease it. All right. Yeah.
You can turn it down. You know, like. There you
Is
go.
it cool?
Like so. Yeah.
Like this.
There you go.
All right,
You're right in there now.
I want to make sure I'm good, man.
Yeah, I hear you. Nice and clear. Shout out to my brother, Uncle Shug in the building. I see you. Damon Mitchell in the building. I ain't do my shout outs. Max Bird, I see you, my beloved. Shout out to all the family, all the people, man.
Shout out to everybody. I appreciate. Before I start, I just want to say I appreciate this opportunity.
Man, listen,
just
come a long way, brother.
Just to be amongst the people, to be here, you know, to have the opportunity to say what I have to say. You know, I know it's been a lot of people that has come to you, Sa, and you have heard it all.
Yeah.
You haven't literally heard it all.
Right.
So me coming on here, giving you something, it's like, oh man, what do you got? What do you got?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, the scholars are out there.
I know the sharks are in the tank.
Right.
I know they're ready to get me.
And they listening to everything, brother. So
what's the title? You got the title,
well,
right?
I got the title up there. What is the Messiah Code? And damn, cool. I cut something off. I forgot. I gotta cut. Oh man. All right. What is the Messiah Code?
All right.
And how powerful is the book? That's what they're supposed to.
Oh,
how powerful
is the book?
The book I'm talking about is the Bible. And the reason why you gotta be careful with the titles is because you know, YouTube, man. The minute you put Bible or Quran,
all right,
you know, these code words that they got on there. Okay. So the people know what I mean when I say the Messiah Code, and then how powerful is the book. So they should know what I'm talking about. That's the code word that we got to use. So, brother, I'm telling you right now, we got the Ross Squad, we got out there. We got the NBK out there. No, I'm giving you these scholars, brother.
All right.
Let's go. Out there. Brother, you're talking about some serious.
Let's get it.
So what I want to ask you, brother, the first question.
All right.
First, before we get into all of this, the last time you was here, you was traveling, brother. You was driving from here to California.
That's right.
Driving. How long that shit take?
It actually took. I was actually on tour, bro.
Yeah.
I was traveling in the United States.
Right.
I was performing, selling my CD.
On every road, every time.
Every city I stopped at, I sold my CD. The whole tour was funded by the people. All I was doing was just selling my CDs out the trunk, going hard. It was. I was at a point in my career with music where I was like, man, I'm just ready to get it, and I just went hard, and that's what I was doing 2 years ago.
All right, shout out to your city, Baltimore.
And I got the opportunity to perform with E40. I was at the BET Awards. I did a lot of stuff with my music career, and it was a lot of work. As far as doing that, it took a lot of dedication, sacrifice. It was a lot, bro.
All right, what city you come out of, brother?
All right, I'm originally from Delaware.
Okay,
Delaware.
Not Beemore.
No, not Beemore. I'm stationed in Beemore right now.
Okay, shout out to Beemore.
So I travel from Baltimore here.
Okay. Man, how is it out there? 'Cause I heard so many stories. of bad, and I don't really hear that much good stuff about people. I always hear a lot of negative. How is it out there, brother?
I would say Baltimore has hope. It does have hope. It's a lot of, to me, what I'm looking at is a lot of properties that we need to we just need to go get these properties. It's a lot of properties that are ran down. It's a lot of people that are kicked out of their homes in a sense because they can't pay taxes. And only thing I would say with Baltimore, as far as with the people, we just got to invest the time. We got to invest the love, bro.
Yeah.
You know,
Dr. Ma'at is out there. I'm surprised you ain't
love
her.
her. I haven't seen her. I actually just arrived in Baltimore from California about 6 months ago.
Oh, okay.
So
All
I
right.
haven't seen her.
Well, brother, Dr. Ma'at is one of the grandmaster teachers
I love her.
in this game. And I'm going to ask you, brother, how powerful is the book? How powerful is the book? And the book I'm talking about is the Holy Bible. Now, don't worry about that. It'll come back on me. Right. Yeah. How powerful is the book?
Well, I would say this, bro. Religion is over. If you want to talk about the Bible, you want to talk about religion in reference to the book, religion is over. It ain't no more religion. It ain't no more zodiac. It ain't no more astrology. It ain't no more Christianity. It ain't no more Islam. It ain't no more none of that, bro. It's just the network. That's the only thing it is. It's the network. So if you want to say how powerful is the book, you got to look at the code. All right. So that's really what this bill is about. Because if you look at the book, if you look at any book, it's codified. It's coded with numbers. It's also coded with different names and dates and sequences that more or less that people gotta decipher. And some people deciphered it, some people deciphered it, and some people didn't. You know, so how powerful is the book? Which book are you talking about? Because it's only one book. It's only one record. Literally, it's only one record. It's the network. All right. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
Well, you already know I'm talking about the Bible. Because remember, me and you had a conversation last night on the phone. It was last night or the day before, and you was telling me that the Bible has a lot of powerful information. We got to break the code. That's why I asked you, how powerful is the book?
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well,
and I was telling you, bro, we need to leave that stuff alone. You was like, no, sorry. I'm telling you, you just got to break the code down. Talk to us about
name any master that put the Bible down. Name any master.
Well,
name any master
really
that you want to call it from whatever whatever. Name any master that put the Bible down.
Well, right now,
we ain't gonna read the Bible no more.
None of them, because they used the book to, like you said, to decode it and to get our people out of it.
All right, so you just answered the question: how powerful the book is.
All right,
because if we follow the masters, I don't know which master you follow. If we follow the masters, and if the masters literally never put down the Bible, why would we put it down? You know, we in an age and time where though it's nothing new underneath the sun. But in a sense, you know, you gotta bring something new to the table. You gotta make the master smile. Oh man, you gotta do something to make the master smile. You gotta become a master student, literally to become a master teacher. And so far as the book, the masters never put down the book. All right, now they have many ways to decipher the book. Now, when I talk about the book, I say it's all algorithms. It's all math. I tell people, I say do the math. All right, and I'll go into different things in reference to that. All right, the book, I can link any book together. You want to talk about the Quran? You want to talk about cometology? You want to talk about the Torah? You want to talk about the Quran, the Bible, whatever? I can link all them up with numbers. See, the thing about it, men and women lie, but numbers don't lie. All right, so whatever you talk about, I can say you can talk about the gods or whatever. This came first. No, the primes came first. The primes came before the gods. The primes came before the natures. The primes came before the reach, anything that you want to name, because the primes represents a sequence of numbers. All right, and everything is programmed literally by numbers. by mathematics. All right. So how powerful the code is, or how powerful the book, we can go there. Literally, because I can link every book together. Every book is literally linked together and codified by time and space. That's why when you look in every holy book, literally you see two dots. You say, well, why the hell does every book, every holy book that we literally read, literally have two dots? The two dots represent time and space, meaning that it's real. And you would say, well, the Bible isn't real. You'll say, oh, the Quran isn't real. There's been many bills on here where people literally they just slaughtered the Bible, they slaughtered the Quran, talk about how it's whatever. But what I'm telling you is how it's really is the masters, they always taught us literally like Mr. Miyagi. They always taught us by primitive stories and different things, so we can learn different things, so we can apply it to our life. If you don't see it in a story that way, there's no way that you can apply it to your life. It got to be some way that you can have a familiarity with it. So that's why the masters have always taught these stories over and over and over and over and over again. No matter what a culture you go in, they taught the same stories in a primitive way, sort of like Mr. Miyagi when he was teaching Daniel's son. When Daniel's son didn't know why the hell he had to do his code like this, or why Daniel's son had to wax on and wax off. That's the same thing why you didn't realize why you had to be studied up in these books and learn these stories so you can apply it to yourself. So how powerful is the book? The book is very powerful, bro.
It is the characters in the Bible real.
Look at this. I got you.
Be careful, brother.
I got
The
you.
scholars are watching.
I got you. Look.
All right.
The characters of the Bible are fake.
Oh, okay.
Right, listen. I'm listening. The characters of the Bible are fake. Characters of the Quran are fake. Look, the characters of ancient Egypt are fake.
Okay.
All right. But I'm the realest thing they ever wrote. You feel me? When I say that, I'm the realest thing they ever wrote. You're the realest thing they ever wrote. When you look at these stories, you still got to apply it to yourself. So no matter what, they're fake. Yeah, they fake. All the characters are fake. And you can say, because you got to go back to these books to find a reference for something. But you're the realest story they ever wrote. So if you can't apply it, you literally got to let it fly. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That's my.
Let me ask you. You got the name Lazarus Lamar. What does that mean? Lamel, my bad. Lazarus Lamel. What does that mean, brother?
Okay. Now you know Lazarus is a Greek word. Okay, I take on that name because the elders call me Lazarus. All right. When I used to walk around carrying the Bible and just study up and just doing all types of stuff, all the elders used to say, "Yo, that's Lazarus right there." So it was just
why you ain't correct him? What's up with the Kemetic name? Well, why the Greek name? Why not the Kemetic?
Well, also Lazarus is El Azar. It means El has help. All right. If you would say in far as my Arabic name, it would be El Azar. All right. Lazarus is just something familiar. It's just like something to catch people in a certain type of way. Because if I say El Azar, if I say something like that, you ain't gonna get it. But if I say Lazarus, you say, "Oh man, he's resurrecting the minds. He was resurrected from the dead." God. Okay, so now you get that point. All right, why I chose Lazarus and why I chose to rock with that. The next thing is Lamel. All right, Lamel is a name that flows frontwards and backwards. All right, so that's one thing I want y'all to know about the Messiah code. Everything about the Messiah code literally it flows frontwards and backwards, up and down, left, right, ADAB, start, whatever. It flows like that. So the name Lamel literally flows like that. It flows frontwards and backwards. You can see it, Lamel, and you stand the M or the master stands in between the L's and the L's, or the 13 stands in between the L's and the L's. All right, so that's what that's about.
Okay. Talk to our people, and you got a PowerPoint that you want to present as well. So before we get into the PowerPoint, talk to us about what is the Messiah code, brother. What is that stuff? What's
right. So I don't want people to get too religious about when they hear Messiah and when they hear code. No. First of all, when they hear Messiah, they get real Jesus is fanatical. They start break dancing and start catching the Holy Ghost. and stuff like, oh, Messiah. Look, Messiah is a leader or savior of a particular group or cause. Now, you can take the first meaning of it and say it's the basically the savior of the Jewish nation, but it's unclear of who and what the Jewish nation is. All right, so I'll break that down. That's in my PowerPoint. But yeah, I just want to let y'all know. Don't get too religious when I say Messiah code. I just want to let you know you're a Messiah. All right, I'm a Messiah. Netter is a Messiah. It has been many Messiahs that have come in this day and time and in past times. All right, it has been many prophets. All right, so how you want to apply that one? All right, code. I can break down what code is or what code. Codex basically goes back to the trunk of a tree. It goes back to the trunk of a tree. We all go back to the tree, or the tree of life, or the family tree. So how do you want? We all go back to the roots. How do you want to fight against that? So it's leaders bringing people back to the roots, or bringing people back to the Codex. And if you want to say, how powerful was the book and how this involves the Codex, like I said, everything was codified. Everything was put in a sequence of numbers, so we can recognize things, so we can be able to apply it to our life. Now, for those that know it, they'll show it. For those that don't know it, it'll seem like little stories of a childish nature when you read these books. And I can go back to ancient Egypt in the same light when y'all talk about the battles of Horus and Set, and I can say many battles of Horus and Set, and I'm saying, well, which timeline is real? And people say, well, it's many battles that they talk about in reference to Horus and Set, and no timeline is literally straight. It's many timelines in reference to this story. And it's the same thing to the Bible. It's the same thing for many stories that have taken place. All right, these are sacred records of our story, All right, so yeah, how powerful is the book? The book is very powerful. The book is nothing but a record. It's nothing but a record, literally, that you spin in your head of remembrance, because the word record got the word re in it, so it means literally to do again. So it's a chord. Yeah. Remember, in Islam, it said, hold on to the rope of Allah. That's the chord of remembrance. That's literally the chord of remembrance, because it was a record, literally, that spinning your head that made you come around and learn and knew the cycles of time and knew the cycles of things. All right, so how powerful is the book? The book is very powerful.
Check it out. Test it. 2, 1, 2. Wouldn't we have a better life without the book? Because the book, to me, is really poison. And what I mean by that is, it confuses the minds of everybody on the planet. Everybody on the planet had their own interpretation on what the book is talking about. And when you read it, they say, no, well, this is what God really means, as though they had a personal conversation with God. So to me, I would say all of the books, from the Bible to the Quran, are the poison books of our people. Now, if I'm wrong,
that's wrong.
Go in on
right, so look at it. So if I taught you martial arts right now, right?
Yes.
I know martial arts. All right. Now, if I taught you martial arts, okay, if you decided, see, martial arts does something for the circulatory nervous system and for the body, how the blood flows. It'll keep you literally young. You don't literally have to beat people up for the practice martial arts. All right. So if I taught you martial arts, if you decided to beat people up with what I taught you, who's bad, the martial arts or you? That's the question. So now, when I give you these books, when you're giving these books and you apply it in a dogmatic sense, whereas though you want to convert people to your ideology or something like that, or you want to put people in a way where you're in control, then who's bad? The book or the person? That's the question. That's the question. When you look at the Bible, or you look at all these books, they're weapons. They're weapons of mass construction or destruction. They literally are, they're weapons. So the question is, when you want to use a weapon, you can use the fire to cook your house. To cook your food or to burn your house down. So it's the same thing literally for these books. You can say these books are poison. I can show you different principles that people take on daily, different laws that are in these books. Excuse me. Different stories that represent situations that you can apply to your life, and you can make it an application. You want to say it's poison? No, if people are poison, how they utilize the weapons. These are little weapons. When they say put on the whole armor, God, the whole armor, God, you got a sword that comes with that. Now, whether it be a big sword or a little sword, they say, well, what's the little sword have to do with it? Because the little sword is literally your tongue, because the sword is the spoken word, or what you call, the S word, the spoken word, but it's the surgeon sword, which is the little sword. So you say, well, a surgeon can literally cut you and save your life, or a surgeon can literally kill you when he's performing surgery. All right, when he's cutting you. Now, when he's cutting you with his words, or when he's cutting you with how he's molding you into removing the poison from you, and that's how it is with these words, or with the principles that you take from the books that you call poison or whatever like that. No, the poison is in the people, and what happened is the sword is in the book. The sword or the spoken word is literally in the book, and that becomes the sword of the surgeon, or the tool of the surgeon. But what you got to realize is, no matter what medical field you go in, it's literally a practice. It's literally a practice. So it's nobody is perfect here. Nobody can literally say one practice is the best. That's one thing I learned about martial arts. When my master, he asked me, he said, Lazarus, he said, which martial arts is the best? I said, Master Lonnie, I said, Siamese is the best. He said, no, Siamese is not the best. It's the man behind the art. It's the man literally behind the art. If you look at, no matter what religious precept you want to go in, it's literally the man or woman behind the art that make it what it is. I know good people and bad people in every walk of life that you want to talk about. I know good people and bad people. So if you want to say it's poison, I know brothers that are commatologists that are punks. I know brothers that are commatologists that ain't brave like that to step up to the plate. I know brothers that are commatologists that are brave, that are willing to step up to the plate. I know Hebrews that are punks, and I know Hebrews that are brave, willing to step up to the plate. So I know brothers that are insistent, that are good in all fashions, Christians and everything, that are do you dirty, and I know Christians that do you good. You feel me? So you can't say it's the book. No, it's the man or woman that's behind it, that's utilizing a weapon. All right, real talk.
All right, my brother. What I want to do right now is let's get into your PowerPoint presentation, so that we can begin to open up the phone lines, and I want to see how you deal with these questions coming at you, because I tell everybody, this is the smartest YouTube chat room on the YouTube street. So I want you to be ready. I'm going to
Can I say something before they start to question me like that?
No, we're going to question you after your presentation. So family, right now we get ready to tone in and zone in. So it's PowerPoint that we got on the TV screen. Hold on. No, I'm moving. All right. So get your questions ready. This brother, this is first time I'm coming to the House of Consciousness. He feels that he got what it takes to take on, and this is good because he got to go through this. This is one of our youngest out there putting in that hard body work. Right. Boots on the ground. He's one of the House of Consciousness writers on hip hop and music. How many songs you got for us about? I got you made 3 songs.
3 songs. I did the Armageddon War Conference.
Right. We did the Armageddon War Conference. This is for the people.
Do it for the people. And we're going to do this one.
Right.
The next.
Yeah, we're going to do this one right here. Where's that? Killing this right here. All right, so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to move it on over to the PowerPoint.
Leader or savior of a particular group or call. So therefore, I don't want you to get real religious with it. Okay, when I say Messiah code. Alright, so now we go to Revelation 2:9. It says, I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Alright, we know this. Okay, it's probably 1,000 people that then said that.
Hey, run it back. You know, I did this before.
Right.
Where I still had the music playing because I turned it off in my ears, but I forgot to turn it off on the goddamn box. Start it over. No, it's my fault. Not your fault. Start the thing over. Run it back. And let's begin this thing. I'm glad we called it early. Let's do it again.
All right, let's start over. Let's start over.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're in the place to be. Look, listen, check this. What is the Messiah code? X. Codex. Let's get it straight. Codex. All right. Got you. So now, like I was saying, Messiah, I don't want y'all to get too religious with this, man. All right, you see the first meaning. It says a promised deliverer of a Jewish nation prophesied in the Hebrew Bible. Okay, they know Hebrew Bible. Unless you want to just say whatever. We know that. People say, hey, you know that they, as far as the Old Testament, the First Testament, written in Hebrew or whatever. Or you can argue the fact that it's the book real, whatever. But like, contrary to popular opinion, it's still that the Old Testament was written in Hebrew, and then the New Testament was written in various other languages, as far as Greek, Latin, Vulgate Latin, and other languages, as far as English. All right, so it's no Hebrew Bible. Now we go to Messiah as being a leader or savior of a particular group or a cause. That's truly what a Messiah is, and that's what the meaning I'm applying to this. Okay, now you can go back to whatever and utilize it for what it's worth, but where it says this in the Bible, and it's in any law, this is why you utilize a notary for this. Where two or more gathered, there will I be. So you can utilize two people to basically validate what you're saying. So hopefully, I got two or more people agreeing with me that a Messiah is a leader of a particular group or cause. All right. So now, this is something that I want to break down to y'all. All right. And I'm gonna get real heavy on this bill. All right. Now, today's date in the Messiah Codex so happened to be 10/6/10. 10/6/10. Today's not actually February 10th. We don't deal with that. We deal with different cycles of time in the Messiah Codex. We got an actual calendar that is connected with these things. And then you might ask me, well, what is these funny hands up? I remember seeing this on Star Trek. That right there is called the me wing. Right, it's two different me wings. Okay, you got the robotic hand me wing, and then you got the human hand me wing. And I'll break this down. Now, the Messiah Code is based upon what we call sacred geometry. It's the square, the triangle, and the circle. The square, the triangle, and the circle. So time is literally defined by that also. And you can look at this in Genesis chapter 1:14. It'll tell you this. How time is defined by the 1 and the 4. And I'll break this down. Going back to the square. All right, so in reference to what is 10/6/10 means, it means actually the opposition and challenge of maintaining self-confidence through the gauntlet of life's prosperity. That's what it means. Okay, and I'll break that down. So I'm gonna talk about different Messiah types here that I regarded as prototypes of a new wave of consciousness, who I literally, in my heart, that I felt were leaders or saviors of a particular group or
cause. So I'm going to go to people that I consider in my heart as Messiah types. All right. So this is one of them. All right. A new wave of consciousness. A person that influenced business. A person that influenced the minds of the people where they didn't have the internet, but he was the network. It became a literal fishers of men, okay, and women and children. Another Messiah type, prototype, a new wave of consciousness. No matter what. Look at this. If I ask people where's the North at in these days and times, I bet you half of y'all don't even know where the North is. You want to go to your GPS instead of your God PS. You want to go to your GPS instead of your God PS. But this person right here was in tune with the stars. It was in tune with liberation. It was able to see our north point, or what we would call a higher polarity of consciousness through whatever tribulation. Yeah, Messiah types. Okay, who I consider to be Messiah types. You know, that know about leadership, know how to follow. Leaders that know how to follow. You know, we got a lot of Indians. And we got a lot of chiefs, but not that many Indians. All right. But I'm gonna say this. It's cool. All I gotta say is you gotta learn how to be a master student so you can literally become a master teacher. All the master teachers knew how to do that. How to become a master student. You see this man, he listening to him for some reason. Because he got something to say. That's real. All right, masters. Don't ever disrespect these people. All right, masters. Messiah types. Prototypes of a new wave of consciousness. Willing to take the step. Willing to put his life on the line. How many people willing to put their life on the line with this? They talk all this junk about the black conscious community. And when they was talking about the black woman as God, they was doing all this stuff, but when they hit the fan, they pumped out. They literally pumped out. But we talking about Messiah types that were brave, that was willing to literally give their life. So who do I regard as Messiah types? Or leaders of it, or saviors of a particular group or cause? Yes, these are the people who I regard as Messiah types. Okay? Moving forward, Messiah types, don't ever disrespect none of the masters. These are all masters. You say, nah, man, it's been people that literally debunk these people. Literally debunk what they didn't say and everything like that. It's been crazy builds on that. No, these are literal masters. They help you become something else. They help you become like they actually they were the prototypes. They were carbon copies of everything. And trust me on that. So no matter what you debunk and say, well, the stories were fairy tale. It was for that day and time. Understand, we in a new wave of consciousness. It's a new day and time. Right? Which we call the age of information. Yeah, you gotta get in God's army. Information. Get in God's army. So yeah, Messiah types. Don't ever disrespect none of the masters. None of the masters. Don't ever disrespect them. Now I know y'all opinionated and say, man, I don't follow this. Man, I don't rock out with these people. I don't really go that route, Lamel. I'm sorry. I go this route. I love these brothers. These brothers actually changed my life. These brothers changed the life of many people. Man, you can't say that they ain't the prototype of a new wave of consciousness. You can't say that. All right. So yes, he is a master teacher. Okay. Yes, a prototype of a new wave of consciousness. A person that taught us about militance and diligence. A prototype of a new wave of consciousness. These are the Messiah types. These are the leaders that brought us out of muck and mire. That told us, man, put your life up. Put your life up. All right. Real talk. People that was willing to inscribe a new life for us. Inscribe something where people never even gave us a story. People argue about the Bible, how the Bible ain't real, or stuff like that. But it's been people that literally fixed it in a certain type of way that brought it back to our people. And people still didn't appreciate these people. Master teachers. Facts. Master teachers in these days and times, that's literally living and breathing. You still won't appreciate them. You don't appreciate Ray Ray until he got shot. You don't appreciate Ray Ray until he got shot. Now you want to put teddy bears and all types of balloons in a spot where Ray Ray got shot and say, now it's time to honor Ray Ray. No, we honor Ray Ray. Ray Ray is living and breathing Messiah types. Trust me on that. These are the leaders or saviors of a particular group or cause. Trust me on that. This brother saved me. This brother put me on a way that I said, man, when I was down and out, I'm living. listening to his information, and it taught me something. All right, real talk. It's about to save millions of people. You don't know that. All right, Messiah types. You say, man, these ain't Messiah types. How the hell you ain't gonna say these ain't Messiah types? You know how much control it takes to as far as control your brain for motor skills, control your brain, your motor functions in order to create a complete shot. I mean, this for real. The move through the defense where everybody is after you, where everybody want to hack and block you from what you want to achieve in life. Trust me on that. It's been many people that live what these brothers been live, and they are Messiah types. You might be a Messiah type. I don't know, but it might be somebody that literally trying to block your shot from success. Say, man, you ain't a Messiah. You ain't no leader. You ain't nothing. All right, and you gotta be the one to say, nah. I'm above the rim, baby. Real talk. I'm above the rim. So now we're gonna go. I just simplify what is a Messiah. So hopefully y'all get that. And we ain't gonna get too religalo on here. We ain't gonna get too religalo on here. Now the next question is, what is the Codex? You wanna know what is the Codex? Okay, I got you. Look, listen. We literally in a matrix. Yeah, we in a matrix. A mainframe consciousness. Mainframe consciousness. That's what we in. A matrix. This is the Codex. This is a matrix. You wanna say no, the male? We ain't in a matrix. How you gonna say we ain't in a matrix when matrix literally means womb? So you ain't gonna say you ain't come from the womb. You ain't gonna say that you don't exist in a womb right now. Literally, when you look at the earth, it literally forms and molds you literally like a womb. So we are in the matrix. So in the matrix, you literally gotta break the code down. You gotta know the Codex, and you gotta know how reality is programmed. Now I'm gonna say this side matter about as far as reality being programmed. It's either you writing the program or you getting programmed. Okay, look, it's either you writing the program or you are getting programmed. All right, now you say, Lamel, were you trying to program us? No, I want you to simulate the data. All right, utilize it for what it's worth. All right, real talk. So let's move forward. What is the Codex? Okay, Codex is an ancient manuscript text in book form. So anything can literally be a codex, ancient manuscript in text in book form. Ancient manuscript text in book form. All right. So now I'm gonna say this. All right. Let's say, Lamel, you're trying to bring us something new in reference to the Codex. How is this ancient? Okay. Well, I'm gonna say this. These are the ancient artifacts that they're going to uncover 2,000 years from now. Do you get that? Let me run that back. It sounds like I stuttered on it a little bit. Look, we are the ancient artifacts that they're going to uncover 2,000 years from now. So this is the Codex. This is the Codex. So an ancient manuscript text in book form. So they say, Lamel, where you get the Codex from? I got it from the future, homeboy. I got it from the future. Let's go. I ain't getting none of this from the past. I say, Lamel, how the hell you wrote all these books? You ain't even traveled to Egypt. You ain't even go all these places. I traveled to America, man. And I did a lot of other things. I'm gonna tell you. Real talk. So they say, because I found myself, and before you go to any temple says no thyself, I found myself. All right, so yeah, I got this from the future. Okay, let's move forward. It says this. It says, so what is a code? A code is a system of words, letters, figures, or other symbols substituted or other words. So, it says, look, so it says a system of words, letters, or figures, all right, or other symbols substituted for other words, letters, etc., especially for the purposes of secrecy. So that's what I was saying about in reference to all these books. They're all literally codified. It's a secrecy to these things. It's an allegorical meaning. It's an algorithm. It's mathematics that's connected to all these books, all right? And the way you got to connect all the dots is literally through the code. It's through the Codex, all right? Let me move forward. So you'll say, well, what book you want to use? I can utilize any book that you want to utilize. Any book that you want to utilize. You go to the Bible, you go to the Quran, you go to the ancient Egyptian book of the It's all literally codified in some sort of way. It has a mathematical principle to it. And you want to say, well, Lamel, we before the gods or the Netchers came before the Elohim or the gods or the Netchers. You want to argue with me about so many things in reference to what came first. And I'm going to tell you, you know what came first? If you want to argue with me, I'm going to tell you, the primes came first. The primes came first. And you want to say, well, what the hell are the primes, Lamel? I've got you. The primes. Everything is literally codified, programmed by numbers. And if you look, you know what number, you know what primes are in reference to numbers. And you'll see that in reference to a prime is a number that's times itself by 1, meaning that it is unique. It is unique. So some of y'all are prime, and some of y'all ain't prime. So some of y'all ain't unique. Some of y'all are carbon copies of something else. All right, and some of us are primes in manifestation here on this planet Earth. So what came before the gods? What came before all this? It's the primes. It's literally the prime numbers. And we'll go to the elements, and I'll tell you how the elements are literally programmed by numbers itself. Let's move forward. So now, since we know that everything in nature is programmed by numbers, since we know about far as the elements is concerned, you know, I can break down every element. You'll say neutron, electron, proton. You can give me that in number sequence. You'll say, well, this has this many protons, this has this many neutrons. And I say, well, damn, that's the primes right there, because these are your prime numbers. These are your prime numbers. So the primes come in fours. Okay, so you got coming in first is the neutral prime. You got the lunar prime. You got the solar prime. Then what you got is the vector prime. And I will explain this in the Codex. All right. So now what flows with the number system is this: is everything that flows in between the 1 and the 9. Everything that flows in between the 1 and the 9 has a personality, just like you have a personality that's connected between the 1 and the 9. So it's another thing about the 1 and the 9. It's called algorithm that you got to see. All right, that's called the alpha and omega, or the beginning and the ending. But the beginning of something is the ending of something. I mean, the beginning of something is the ending of something. The ending of something is the beginning of something. So it's literally a cycle that repeats itself. So it became the 191 or the 191. It became a program. Literally. So that became the alpha and omega sequence. But it's more to the alpha and omega sequence. If I ask y'all, what's your birthday, right? Y'all want to say, well, my birthday flows, and it's this. And I say, well, that flows in between the 1 and the 9. If I ask you, well, what's your birthday? It's going to flow between the 1 and the 12 also. All right, which is the 12 zodiac signs, all right, which we call room 112. All right, so yeah, everybody was literally born underneath the zodiac sign. So whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. That energy still resonates and it permeates. Okay, it's the network. So like I said, religion is literally over. So it's still literally the network. So you gotta tap into this. All right. So now if I ask you your birthday, you want to say, well, my birthday is such and such. I'm gonna say, well, your birthday flows in between the 1 and 31. All right. Yeah. Everybody's birthday flows in between the 1 and 31. You can give it to me and say, all right, well, is your number the 32nd of the month? Is your number the 35th of the month? It's not. Yeah, your birthday is probably the 31st of the month. What is it? 28th of the month. It flows between the 1 and the 31. So the 1 and the 31 became the alpha and omega also. And that became the 13 and the 31, which is forwards and backwards. All right. And it also was connected with your 14. Because the 14 was what we call that animated and dormanted, which became the same as the alpha and the delta, or the alpha and omega also. All right. So when we look at this body right here, this is all a part of the Messiah Codex and what it's all about. You got 31 pieces. These 31 pieces, they connect with the number 14. You say, really, how does this connect with the number 14? Now, how does the number 31 connect with the 14? All right, well, so y'all go back to ancient Egypt, y'all say Osiris is broken up into 14 pieces. But those 14 pieces represent time itself, because the 411 on that, if you look at it square, you'll go to Genesis chapter 14. Chapter 1 verse 14. How time is measured with the sun, moon, and stars, but it's measured by the 7 and the 1 4. So if you look at 14 times itself is 196. If you look at 31 times itself is 961. And if you look at 13 times itself is 169. So these personalities, these little personalities are connected. That's all I want y'all to know. They literally connected. So that's when they talk about the 14 pieces. And if you want to argue with me, that's cool. All right, but this is really the Codex. This is all about the Codex. All right. So now you'll see every part right here. Everybody that I can say when it's your birthday. Everybody here is a part of this body right here that flows in between 1 and 31. And everybody here, whatever number you are, it guards a certain part of the body. All right, we are literally the body. They call it the body of Christ or the body of Messiah. This is what they literally talk about as in reference to the 131, and this is the code. Okay, so now this is the same thing as this. Okay, I showed you that. I showed you. My fault. I showed you that image, right? I showed you that image right there. Okay, but that image, which we call the Codex, is literally this image right here. Okay, it's something that I want to clarify. Okay, I'm not going to bring you no Hinduism. Okay, I'm going to talk about some chakras in this video, but I'm not going to bring you Hinduism in reference to this video. Okay, you only got 7 chakras. Okay, you got 7 chakras. Now you want to say, yeah, I heard this before. Emil, I heard this before. I got 7 chakras. Okay, so let me tell you where your 7 chakras. Okay, when you look at your body right here, this is the network of your body. This is how the net really works. This is how the net really works. And your heart is the center of all this. Okay, so now when you look at the body, these are where your 7 chakra points are. I'm going to hear none of that Hinduism stuff. All right, everything is an extension of your heart center. Everything is an extension of your heart, whether it be your mind, whether it be your hands, your knees, and your feet. You got 2 chakras on your feet. Yeah, your ground. Those are your ground chakras. You got 2 chakras on your knees. Yes, those are your thinking chakras. You got 2 chakras on your hands. That's your introductional chakras. You got 2 chakras on your mind. I mean, 1 chakra on your head, which connect all the dots. All right, these are all your chakras. You want to say, really? How is that? Because these chakras actually help you tap into a greater consciousness. Have you bent your knees lately and connect with the forces? I just want to know. Like, this is you being on your 7 right here. This is what the elders always talk about, what you being on your 7. This is the way to connect to your heart center on all frequencies. All right, say, really? Yeah. Now let me bust this down. Ooh, Lamel, you just said something controversial. Yeah. Now you go hook up a machine and say, man, the chakras are right here. No, the chakras ain't right there. The chakras are right there. Those are the chakras right there. All right, that's how you connect to the universe. That's how you truly connect to the universe. Those are extensions of your heart center. So this is how the Messiah Codex breaks it down. That's something I had to let y'all know from. So it's something that I want to let y'all know too, is that we operate from the square. We operate from the square. We move from the square. Everything is connected through the square. All right, and it's balanced through the square, or what we call the quadrant. All right. So now, let me give y'all a little bit of codes real quick. Now, if you look at the Quran chapter, it's something that I would call. I'm tell you, these are what we call the chosen and forgotten, and those that are coming back to what we call the fold of the Most High God. We call them the 141 or the 414s. All right, that know the 411. All right, so now that's all in the square. That's why I told you gotta look at things square. And you say, Lamel, I got a problem with looking at things square. Well, go back to when your mom told you to go play her numbers. She say 50-50 box square. Remember that? Remember that? So I want you to look at it like that, and I want you to look at the numbers like that, and how they move throughout the mainframe. All right. So now you'll see in Quran chapter 1, 14 verse 4, it says, look at this. And we did not send any messenger except speaking in the language of his people to state clearly for them. And Allah sent Allah or Allah sends astray thereby whom it will. All right, and guys, whom he wills, and he is exalted in might and body. Now you say, Lamel, Why the hell you gonna bring this damn Quran up and talk about Allah said this in the last? Look, I know y'all had a bill about the fact that, before Allah, it was considered to be a land. You notice that I put Allah and put the T right there so y'all can see something. All right. Look, Allah and Allah are one and the same. In the primitive language, in the language that it was in, it was no vowels in it, so it connected all the dots. So you didn't even know whether you saw Allah or Allah. Meaning, the two come as a pair. It's nothing above the shell. That's she and L. You see me, you see her, she and L. Facts. We only got one vehicle in this thing. That she and L is nothing above the shell. So that's why Allah and Allah are one and the same. All right. And it came a time where we knew that. Where we operate as one vehicle. It doesn't matter, honey, whether you're in a driver's seat or I'm navigating. We still get into our destination. Facts. All right. So that breaks that down. The 141. No, that this 141 always brings you back to the fold of the Most High God. What? All fours, being on all fours. LaMail, I haven't. Man, I'm a God, LaMail. I'm not getting on all fours and praying. What force are you going to connect me with? All right, I got you on that. Before I even slay it on there, I'm going to say this. Look at this. In my perception of this, and you can take this for what it's worth, God is a verb. You say God is a verb, what do you mean? What God are you talking about? God is a verb. It's literally action. And it's movement. It's hot up. It's movement in your life. You let it move. How is a verb? However, God or whatever you call it, that higher power touch your life. That's how it exists. That's how it literally exists. So God is literally a verb. Yes. All right. So that's my take on that. All right. So you can say you can apply it to your understanding of things because, like I said, you got to simulate this data. Data is DNA. All right. So let me move forward. That's 144. 141. Yeah. Let me move forward. This is right here. This is being on all fours because this is the raw base. This is what we call the raw base. If you look at the base of the pyramid, the base of the pyramid is on all fours. You say, LaMail, I'm not trying to get on all fours. I'm a God. I'm not getting on all fours and praying to some fours. Well, it doesn't matter what culture you go into. They knew about the power about tapping into all fours. They knew how to connect with the forces of nature or whatever you want to call it through all fours. All right. So now it's time to get on all fours. You'll say, LaMail, I'm not trying to get on all fours. But we're going to Genesis chapter 4, verse 14. It says, look, another code of the 141 was the 414 from the backwards square. It says this, behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from the face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive in the vagabond in the earth, and it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. These are the Messiah types. You gotta realize this. I'm gonna say, man, I don't accept this story. Cain, was it real? Whatever. Take the story for what it's worth. Cain would have still got it accepted. It didn't matter if Cain would have a better offer with his all. He still would have got accepted. He had to realize that through walking, being a vagabond, and you had to realize that being a vagabond, being in the wilderness of North America, being in the wilderness, you had to, when you was walking with Moses, all that, say that story didn't exist. Well, allegorically speaking, you were still in the wilderness of North America trying to find yourself a vagabond and a fugitive. And everybody that saw when you was on the come up tried to slay you. Everybody that saw that you was doing good with your life try to hate on you and try to stop you from becoming who you was, because you were the one for one, or the ones that were for the oneness. The ones that were for the oneness. All right, that's why the Quran has 114 chapters. All right, and this breaks down Cain. All right, being a wanderer, coming back to the fold of the Most High God, just like y'all was wandering. Y'all was all wandering in the wilderness, but God gave y'all bread. Yeah, God gave y'all bread. Yeah, because y'all was wandering. Yeah, in the form of manna. In the form of manna, He gave you bread. And that wasn't good enough. So I want y'all to get on all fours right now. You say, LaMail, I'm a God. I'm not going to get on all fours. LaMail, I'm a God. I'm not going to get on all fours. Well, look, listen. Real talk. You say this. Let's see if I'm right back.
I got y'all. Say this. Say it again. Say it again. I want y'all to get on all fours. I want you to say, LaMail, I'm not getting on all fours. I want you to get on all fours right now. All right, real talk. We'll move forward. Front side. Not going past that. All right. So like I said, I'm going to say it again. If anybody got a problem with it, I want you to get on all fours so you can connect with the universe. Real talk. This is the 141s. These are the ones that are for the oneness. I want you to get on all fours. North, east, south, west. I want you to get on all fours. We knew this. It's all in the code. It's the math. You say, yeah, math. It's 4 letters. I want you to get on all fours. You say, LaMail, it's math. No, it's math. Well, that's 4 letters too. I want you to get on all fours. Let's move forward. I want you to get on all fours. You say, LaMail, God, I can't get on all fours. All the guys know how to connect with the universe. Why can't you connect with the universe? I told you. Your 4 chakras. The 4 bottom chakras. Let me move this up a little bit. See it? The 4 bottom chakras are right there. That's how you connect with the universe. That's how you connect with the quadrant. Right there. It's by getting on all fours. We move forward. Yeah, like I said, do the math. You got a problem with it? Get on all fours. Get on all fours. You're like, I'm not ready to get on all fours. God, well, all the guys got on all fours. All right, they got all fours. They knew about adding. They knew about being fruitful and multiplying. They knew about dividing. And yeah, we was Africa. Yeah, Africa say, oh, Africa means divide. No, I'm gonna bring something else with Africa on that. They knew about subtracting. Well, we gotta get rid of some people. They knew about the math. They was on all fours. So I want you to get on all fours with an eye open. You see that right there? You see that square right there? That's all fours. That means your eye is open right now. Facts. And it's math with a T. You put a math with a T behind it. Let's move forward. So you say, so now that was the Codex. That was a part of the Codex. What we talking about? I got this for you. You signed that. This was something that I really wanted to give you real hardcore. How many degrees in a circle, sign that? How many degrees in a circle? You don't know? Hopefully they know in the chat room. Hopefully y'all can answer the question. How many degrees in a circle? I just want to know. You don't say, no. We heard this bill before. We heard this bill 1,000 million times before. We've been on side of it before. It's 360 degrees in a goddamn circle. Well, contrary to your opinion, it's not 360 degrees in a circle. I knew you was going to say that. That's how I know. That's what you going to say. Because I know you going to say something. It ain't no goddamn 360 degrees in a circle. We upgrading the mainframe consciousness. The masters have given us the key. And said, man, open the door. The masters have given us the keys and said, open the door. The problem is you couldn't find it. Dot, where the keyhole went at. He said, really? Yeah, real simple bill right here. It's a real simple bill. So how many degrees in a circle? It's 360 degrees in a circle. No, it is not. It's one thing that y'all forgot. Y'all forgot the goddamn dot. Y'all forgot the goddamn dot. It's 361 degrees in a circle. And that's that 360 degrees. If you want to debate with me about it, here I am. All right, real talk. Get upside down. It is 361 degrees in the mainframe consciousness of the circle. You forgot the little dot. You say, really? Yeah, everything starts from the dot. The dot is the thoughts. The dot is the thoughts. The center. That's right there. It's the apex. It's the center. Everything starts from the dot. That is 19 times 19. 361 degrees, which equals 10. Yeah, male and female. Yeah, the 1 and the 0. Nothing above the shell. That's G and L. Okay, cool. For all my people in here, from the Messiah Code family. Shout out to the Purple Heart Squad, and shout out to the Dracula Squad. You know what it's for everybody throwing up the meat weeds. Okay,
in 61 degrees in a circle. Okay, this is how you measure it. You start off in a dot. You say, really? Look at this, man. If you don't really have no rules to regulate yourself, you'll just be a wild bull, man. If you don't have a center where you located, you'll just be a wild boy, a wild girl. You don't know where home is. You really know how to deal with life in a sense. So you can take it for what it's worth. You say the eyes to the doorway to the solar mill. Yes, the eyes have a dot in the middle. Yes, 361 degrees. All right, facts. All right, that's a fact. That's 19 times 19. Everything that flows in between the 1 and the 9. That's the alpha and omega principle. All right, let's go. So, between grandmother and grandfather, mathematics. Let's do this, man. Yeah, you need this. How the hell you want to find the area of the circle if you don't know the damn radius? So yeah, you need a dot in the middle. You need a dot. You say, man, well, I need pi too. Well, you want a piece of the pie? We'll go to Revelation chapter 3:14. You'll see how this connects up with pi, how that's connected up with the Amun, who was always there since the beginning of time. Yes, you already know. It's talking about the dot. It's talking about the dot that's always been there. Yeah, I don't care what dot you want to color it. Black or whatever. That dot is a blinding dot. The light, that dot's light is so bright, it'll literally blind you, man. It'll literally blind you. All right? So let's move forward. It's something I'm going on, but I'm not going to read all this. But I really want y'all to go to 2 Timothy 3:16. Because this one, this is 2 Timothy chapter 3, verses 1 through 16. And that's 361 degrees. Because God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten 131. All right, so at 361, or that 2 Timothy 3, 1 through 16, it will break down for people that are caught up in this God conscious situation. Real talk. For people that are caught up in too happy and too proud to literally go on all fours. Go on all fours. You too happy and proud to connect with the universe, to do the math. Real talk. So that breaks that down for anybody that wants that. So now, this is called real sacred geometry. The Messiah Codex, what I'm going to give you, y'all, and the 361 degrees, or the 613 commandments, you like that? 613 commandments is 361 square, isn't it? 19 times 19. Shout out to all my Hebrews in the building. This connects with the 10 command keys. All right, open the door so you guys have access to what we call higher consciousness. But you move with what we call sacred geometry. You'll say, I heard this before. This sacred geometry. This sacred geometry. Okay, so I gave y'all the build of the square. All right, so y'all know what the square is about being on all fours. So I gave y'all the build with the circle. Y'all know about the 361 degrees. So hopefully your eyes are open right now. Your eyes are totally open to what I'm about to give y'all, because right now I'm about to go hard. This is going to be the meat and gravy of the build. Let's go. So now, Male, give me the triangle. Give me the circle and the square. Sacred geometry. Give me the triangle. Male, I got you. Let's go. So let's go to the triangle. Let me give it to y'all. Let's build on this triangle. Now, when y'all look at this triangle right now, y'all looking, I don't know if you got 20/20 vision or not. I don't know if you're seeing me. I don't know if you're seeing how I'm seeing it. All right. But when you look at this triangle, you got two congruent angles. And I'm going to take y'all back to high school with this mathematical situation. All right. But this is supreme grandmother and grandfather mathematics. And one thing that grandma always told me was, do your homework. Let's move. So now you got two congruent angles, which is the 20/20 vision. This is your perception of life, how you see it. All right? This is your perception of life, how you see it. Now, one thing is, if we agree upon something, if me and you have, we on one accord, that means we got 20/20 vision, literally. Because you got 10 fingers and I got 10 toes. Therefore, we got 20 on it. So you got 20 on it, I got 20 on it. We got 20/20 vision. All right? So now, this is how you perceive reality. You perceive reality through 20/20 vision. All right, literally, a clairvoyance. How you perceive reality through 24 hours. You say, man, it's not 24 hours in a day. I know that. We measure time through the cycles of things anyway. Time fluctuates, it expands, and it contracts like a woman. And did I say we in the matrix? We in the mainframe consciousness right now. So your perception of life is through 20/20. It's literally through 20/20 vision. All right, and these are two congruent angles. How you see it, and the base of that object is the 24. It is the 2-4. Why do I say that? It is the 2-4 because you gotta realize this. Okay, 2 come as a pair. I told you. You see me? You see my shell. 2 come. That she and L. That's how we come. All right, and we measure time also by the seconds because that's time and space. That's the 2 dots. That's why you see in any scripture you see 2 dots. So that's why you are blessed with the 2 dots, which represents in the Codex El Mun or Moon, which is called the hidden one. All right, let's move forward. The base of this is 24 hours of this triangle. We gotta get y'all math. All right, now we're doing real mathematics. Let me bust this down. Let me really bust this down real hardcore. So, with 20/20 vision, we're trying to get to God. We really trying to get to what we perceive or what we connect to as a higher power, right? So we try to look and see it through our 20/20 vision. And we go 400 days, all right? And we have to connect all the dots to the square. So connecting the dots 20 times 20 equals 400. So now you'll see the base of that object is so happens to be 24. And y'all doing your math going back to high school, you know you gotta split it in half. And you make 24 12, and then you square the object off, and you make 12 times 12, and you get 144. And find the height of this object, which is the height of your reality. You literally have to subtract 12 times 12 times subtract 12 times 12 times 20 times 20, which is the square version of those. We move in a square. That's why I told y'all it's important to move through the square, which is you being on all fours. You doing a man, all right? And so now what you realize is this, all right? So now what it connects to is you'll see that 144, which y'all call it 144 or 141 or 144,000 of chosen people that's connected to this mainframe. It connects it like this. 144 subtract 400 equals 256. 256 squared, so it happens to be 16. And 16, which is the 1 plus the 6, equals the 7, which is God. You'll say, really? How is that? Because this is the 4x4 right here. This is the height of the reality. This is the 4x4. Somebody say, well, Lamel, what do you mean by that? If you look at that 4x4 right there, it looks like the number 1. Yeah, it looks like the number 1 because God's phone number is number 1. Yeah, God's phone number is number 1. It's oneness. That's God's phone number. Facts. Go call him up or call her up. I don't know. Y'all figure it out. So yeah. I hope y'all got that break. Yeah, y'all got clarity on that. You know what I'm saying? Look, you got 20/20 vision. Now those are the congruent angles, the basis of 24 hours that you live in, that you walk in the earth here at 24,000 miles. You'll say it's 25,000 miles. Whatever. All right, let's move forward. All right. Yeah, so before you go in any temple, you know it says no thyself. You say, where you get this from? Where you get it from? All right, I don't read natural like that, but you know it says know thyself before you go in the temple. All right, you better know thyself. Yeah, knows thyself. Knows thyself, because that's why I link you to the triangle. That's the reason why I link you with the triangle. When I link you with the nose, as it knows thyself, and I showed you the 2 congruent angles of 20/20 vision. Of 20/20 vision. In reference to the 24 hours, I showed you that. In reference to you knowing that yourself, because the nose is connected with the triangle. The nose is connected with memory. All right, y'all know that. I know y'all smell a certain thing. Y'all connect. This is how you connect with remembrance of the elders. You know, they always blew off the nose of our ancestors in a certain sort of way. Where they blew off the nose, so we went and knows thyself. So we went and know ourselves. All right, because the nose is connected to your memory. That's the most easiest way to remember something is through smelling something. The way something smells. So yes, this was a reason why they decapitated them. So you won't be able to connect with what we call the triangle or the 131 of clairvoyance, the 2020 vision of clairvoyance. All right. Yeah, I broke that down with supreme grandmother and grandfather mathematics. All right. So yeah, the nose is connected to memory. Now we can get into a real pseudo conversation about the trigonomenal ganglion and talk about how this is connected to memory. But I'm not a brain surgeon. But you know damn well when you smell something, it remind you in a certain sort of way. So I'm gonna say this. God is also an experience. That's one of the things that I also say, as a God being an experience. So some things you have to know to experience. And certain smells link you to the way you remember certain things. So yeah, all right. So now I'm gonna get into this about this 131 thing because I showed y'all the pieces of the puzzle. We just putting the pieces back together, meaning that we looking for our piece. Yeah, we looking for our piece of mind. We looking for peace. Every time we try to look for peace, we can't have it. So we putting these pieces together when we on a search for God's kingdom. All right, you say, really, Lamel, you get revelation because you keep on saying God. You can apply it to whatever name you want to apply it. God has many names. I told you God is literally a verb. All right. So now when you see in Luke right here, which is 131, it says this. It says, and behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, in the matrix. Yeah, conceive in the womb of the matrix, because that's what matrix means. It means womb. And bring forth a son. Okay, a son, and thou shalt call his name the Savior. Yeah, the Savior. Don't get too religious with that. So now you say Jesus. No, it's the Savior, man. So you gotta be a Savior in a situation. You gotta be brave and be philanthropic and you're able to do certain things that you gotta do to change the condition of your world. We literally can't change the planet, man, but we can change or save our world. So it's time for you to be a Savior. What we call 131